Hello everyone, I'm your storyteller. I know you're watching this to unwind and drift off to sleep, so before we begin, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And also, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it there? Let's allow the darkness to take over and set the mood. Now, flip your phone upside down, leave all your worries behind, and make yourself comfortable. Relax, and let's get started. It was a quiet Thursday morning. Well, at least it started that way. My mind still felt cluttered from the day before, overwhelmed by the weight of my routine. The sounds of the city outside were muffled, as though the world had yet to wake up, and, in a way, I was thankful for it. I had been craving silence, something peaceful. I stood by the window, still in my robe, and gazed out at the garden. The first light of dawn had just begun to stretch across the sky, painting it in shades of pale pink and golden yellow. The garden, as always, was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, the kind that made everything look gentle and fragile. The dew on the leaves shimmered like diamonds, and the air smelled fresh, clean even. A delicate breeze brushed past, causing the trees to sway just slightly, their leaves whispering among themselves. I can still remember how I felt that morning, standing there, watching everything slowly come alive. It was like witnessing a miracle, how the earth woke up, how the garden slowly stirred with life. The flowers, those beautiful flowers, started to unfurl their petals one by one, almost like they were stretching their arms after a long sleep. The leaves shook off their layers of dew, the water droplets falling softly to the ground below. I sighed deeply, stepping away from the window and heading into the garden, my bare feet brushing against the cool, damp earth. It was early, too early for anyone to be awake, but something about the stillness of the world made it feel like the perfect time for reflection. I walked slowly, taking in each step, letting the quiet of the garden wrap around me like a soft blanket. I muttered to myself, running my fingers over the rough bark of an old oak tree. The garden had always felt like a sacred space, like it had secrets to share, but only if you were patient enough to listen. And that morning, it seemed to have a story to tell. I'd always felt that the garden had a kind of energy, something more than just the plants and flowers. It was as if the earth itself was alive, breathing, thinking, and waiting. It had been that way for as long as I could remember, but that morning, things felt different. I don't know why, but there was something in the air, a strange tension that I couldn't quite place. I knelt down beside a patch of lavender, watching the tiny flowers sway gently with the wind. The scent was calming, soothing even, but it also carried something else, something I couldn't quite grasp. There was a faint whisper in the air, something barely audible, yet undeniably there is someone there. I whispered, half laughing at myself, though I was beginning to feel a strange chill creep over my spine. The sun had barely risen, yet the garden seemed alive with energy, but not the peaceful kind. No, this was different. My heart began to race slightly, the stillness of the morning now feeling a little too still. I shook my head, telling myself it was just my imagination. Maybe the exhaustion from the past few days was getting to me. But as I walked deeper into the garden, the air seemed to grow heavier. My thoughts seemed to echo in the emptiness, and the rustling of the leaves, it wasn't the gentle swish I was used to. No, this was more like someone walking through the underbrush, making their way toward me. I froze. The sound came again. It wasn't the wind. It was something else. A faint rustle, followed by the softest footstep on the gravel path. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling a little more than I intended. I stood still, waiting for an answer. My heart now pounding in my chest. Silence. Only the sound of my own breath and the distant chirping of birds. I told myself I was being foolish. It was just the garden, after all. But even as I tried to convince myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, something that didn't belong. A few moments later, as I stood by the pond at the heart of the garden, the light changed. The sun was rising higher now, casting everything in golden hues. But it wasn't enough to shake the feeling of unease that had settled deep in my bones. The once vibrant flowers now seemed muted, as if they, too, sensed something amiss. I stepped closer to the water's edge, trying to calm myself. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I was overthinking it all. But as I bent over to look at my reflection in the pond, I saw something that made my stomach drop. It wasn't just me. There, in the reflection, was someone else standing just behind me, so close I could almost feel their presence. I spun around quickly, my heart leaping into my throat, but there was no one there. The garden was as still as it had been before. The flowers gently swaying in the breeze, the sunlight dappling through the leaves, the soft murmur of the earth beneath my feet. Nothing out of place. I took a shaky breath, trying to steady myself, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But as I looked back at the pond, I couldn't ignore the feeling of being watched of something not quite right. That was when I remembered the date. It had been the same date exactly a year ago that I had lost someone very dear to me. My heart clenched as the memory flooded back. The soft goodbye, the tearful hugs, and the silence that followed. The garden had always been a place where I sought solace, but today, it felt different. Today, the garden was not just a place of peace. Today, it was a reminder. I whispered softly to myself. Maybe that was the cause of my unease grief. A year of silence, of memories buried beneath the surface. I shook my head again, trying to fight back the tears that threatened to spill. The soft rustling returned. Only this time, it didn't feel scary. It felt like an invitation, a comforting presence, reaching out from beyond the garden, offering solace in a way that words never could. I smiled gently, feeling a deep sense of peace wash over me. It was as though the garden, in its mysterious way, was telling me it was time to let go, time to stop holding on so tightly. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and let it all go. The fear, the sorrow, the tension, it all melted into the earth beneath me. And in that moment, I realized something. Sometimes, the most peaceful moments come when you least expect them. When you allow yourself to embrace the quiet. The garden had always been here for me, even when I didn't see it. It would continue to be here, through every season of change, through every moment of doubt. It would always be here. And so, with a final glance at the sunrise, I walked back toward the house. The air felt lighter now, the garden no longer mysterious or unsettling. It felt like home, the beginning of a new day. And I was ready. It was the early hours of Tuesday, September 14th, and the world was still wrapped in a heavy silence. I had woken up earlier than usual that morning, restless from the weight of the previous day. I think it was just one of those times when the mind won't settle, no matter how hard you try. So, I decided to get out of bed and step into the garden. You know, there's something about the way the early morning feels, a kind of stillness that wraps everything in a warm embrace. The air was cool on my skin, refreshing. It felt like the earth was holding its breath, waiting for something. The garden was quiet, but not in the usual way. It was as though something was about to stir. I remember taking a few steps into the garden, feeling the wet grass beneath my bare feet, and listening. The first thing I noticed was the breeze. It wasn't harsh or forceful like it sometimes can be. It was soft, almost tender. It slipped through the trees, brushing their leaves gently, and as it did, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their branches swaying in a quiet rhythm. It felt so peaceful, but there was something else in the air too. Something subtle, almost too quiet to notice at first. The breeze carried with it the faintest scent of jasmine and lavender flowers I had planted myself just the previous spring. The fragrance was soothing, familiar, but under that there was something else, something deeper, something ancient. A smell of earth, of memories long forgotten, of stories never told. It made me pause, just for a moment, and I remember breathing it in deeply, trying to understand where that strange scent came from. But I didn't think too much about it at first. Instead, I stood there in the garden, letting the breeze wash over me. The flowers around me seemed to bloom a little more, stretching their petals open in the soft light of the rising sun. The garden was waking up slowly, like the earth was just beginning to stretch after a long night's sleep. It wasn't long before the breeze changed direction, blowing a little stronger, a little faster. The trees creaked softly, their limbs swaying with more urgency, but still, the air felt comforting. I watched as the flowers bent with the wind, their delicate petals fluttering, as though they were trying to hold on to something, or maybe they were releasing something. I can't quite explain it, but it felt like the breeze was trying to tell me something. There was a voice in the air, though not one that could be heard with your ears. It was a soft whisper, barely noticeable. But if you closed your eyes and listened, really listened, it was there. It was the early hours of Tuesday, September 14th, and the world was still wrapped in a heavy silence. I had woken up earlier than usual that morning, restless from the weight of the previous day. I think it was just one of those times when the mind won't settle, no matter how hard you try. So, I decided to get out of bed and step into the garden. I had always thought it was just an old story, something to make the garden feel magical, but now I wasn't so sure. The breeze picked up again, a little stronger, swirling around me like a warm embrace, and I began to hear it more clearly this time. The whisper was almost distinct. "Come closer," the wind seemed to say. "Come closer and know the truth." I froze. My heart skipped a beat. Truth? What truth? What was it trying to tell me? The words, if they could even be called words, felt like they were meant only for me, and yet they were like something ancient, something older than time. I was filled with a strange mix of curiosity and unease, but I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, feeling the pull of the breeze, feeling something beyond the wind of presence, maybe, something familiar, but I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to think that there was something here in this garden, something that had always been here, watching, waiting. I wanted to turn back, to leave, to shake off the feeling that had begun to creep into my chest. But I couldn't. My feet remained planted on the ground, as if the garden had a hold on me. I swallowed hard and finally stepped forward, my heart pounding, my breath shaky. The breeze seemed to lead me toward the edge of the garden, where the old oak tree stood, its roots buried deep in the earth. It had been here for as long as I could remember, its thick trunk twisting up toward the sky, its branches stretched wide like open arms. There was something about this tree that always made me feel safe. But that morning, it felt different. The wind swirled around the oak, lifting the leaves and sending them spinning into the air. The leaves fluttered down, landing softly at my feet. I bent down and picked one up. It felt colder than it should have, like it had been touched by something else, something beyond the natural world. And then I heard it, a soft sound, like a sigh, but more like a breath. It was coming from the tree. The whisper of the breeze carried it, and I could feel it brushing against my skin. But when I looked at the tree, there was nothing. I breathed out softly, stepping closer to the tree. I placed my hand on the rough bark, the texture familiar yet strange under my fingertips. The wind seemed to shift again, this time moving through the branches with an intensity that felt like something had just woken up. Something ancient, something waiting. I wasn't sure what to do. I felt a growing tension in the air, a pull that I couldn't resist. As I stood there, something inside me whispered, almost like a warning. "Go back," it said. "Go back, before it's too late." But I couldn't leave. I wanted to, I really did, but my feet wouldn't move. It was like the garden was holding me, drawing me into its ancient embrace. Then, just as I was about to turn and leave, I noticed something, a shape, faintly illuminated by the morning light, standing beneath the oak tree. It wasn't a person. No, it was something else. A shadow, not quite human, moving in the stillness of the garden. My heart pounded. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to scream, but the sound was trapped in my chest. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't obey. The shadow shifted closer, and I felt a coldness, a presence that filled the space around me. It was like the wind was carrying something with it, something old, something familiar, yet terrifying. And just as quickly as it had appeared, the shadow was gone. The breeze stopped. The garden fell silent once again. I stood there, shaking, as the morning light grew stronger. It was as if the garden had returned to its peaceful state, as if nothing had happened at all. But I knew better. With a final glance at the oak tree, I slowly made my way back to the house, my mind swirling with questions I couldn't answer. I thought about the breeze, the whisper, the shadow underscore, and I wondered if I'd ever truly understand the secrets the garden held. But for that moment, I let it go. The peace returned. The morning breeze, though faint, still carried its sweet fragrance. I could feel its calm wash over me once more. And with that, I finally let myself relax. It was still early, far too early for anyone to be awake. But there I was, standing in the garden again. The day before had been overwhelming, full of noise, endless emails, and pressure. I had hoped the peacefulness of the morning would offer a bit of relief, a space where my mind could settle. But I wasn't sure I could truly find that peace yet. Not with the heavy thoughts swirling around in my head. I had stepped outside into the garden in search of a quiet moment, something that could help me breathe again. The morning air was crisp, just cool enough to make the skin on my arms prickle. The sun had barely started to peek over the horizon, its light spilling over the garden like a soft blanket. Everything was still. And yet, as I stood there, listening to the sounds of the earth, I felt that something was about to happen. It started slowly at first, just a faint rustling of the leaves in the trees. It was the same familiar whisper of the wind, soft but insistent. The wind swirled around me, brushing against my face, and I closed my eyes for a moment, letting it carry away the weight of the past few days. There was something soothing about it, something comforting. The garden was awakening, and in its quiet way, it was offering me solace. And then, it happened. The silence of the morning was broken by a single note, sweet, pure, and filled with joy. It was the song of a bird, one I didn't recognize at first, but it rang out through the garden like a soft melody. But I stayed. Something about the garden kept me there. Something about the birds, their songs, the way they called out to MIT made me stay. I took a deep breath and walked toward the center of the garden, my steps hesitant but steady. As I passed the flowers, I noticed something strange. It was strange, but somehow the song felt ... familiar. A soft reminder of something from long ago. I couldn't place it exactly, but there was something about the way the birds sang, something that made my heart ache a little. It felt as if they were singing just for me, sharing their peace, offering a kind of comfort I hadn't realized I needed. It was as if they knew what I was feeling, how heavy my heart had become, how lost I had felt over the past few days. But here, in the garden, I could hear their songs, the rhythm of their melodies weaving through the quiet morning. But the garden remained peaceful, bathed in the soft glow of dawn, the flowers gently swaying, the leaves rustling. It was the same garden, the same air, the same morning, and yet the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. For a moment, I thought I saw something move in the corner of my eye. Something small, darting among the shadows near the old stone bench in the far corner of the garden. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, but when I looked again, there was nothing. The garden was empty, save for the birds and the flowers and the trees. 3. My heart began to race. Was it just my imagination? The dew on the leaves shimmered, and the flowers seemed to stretch their petals in response to the songs in the air. For a brief moment, I forgot about everything else. I was just here, in this moment, with the birds and the wind and the sun. It was as if the entire world had come to a standstill, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I could truly breathe. But as I stood there, lost in the music of the birds, something shifted. A breeze passed over me, colder than the one before, and for a split second, I felt something else, something unfamiliar. I felt the air grow still around me, like it was waiting. The birds' songs didn't stop, but they became softer, quieter, like they were being swallowed by the silence that had suddenly fallen over the garden. 3. I froze, my feet rooted to the ground as a strange chill ran down my spine. The garden, which had been so full of life and light just moments before, now seemed different. Something about the stillness of the air felt wrong, almost oppressive. It was as if the birds knew something I didn't. I shook my head, trying to push the feeling away. I murmured under my breath, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. I looked around, expecting to see anything that might explain this sudden shift. But the garden remained peaceful, bathed in the soft glow of dawn, the flowers gently swaying, the leaves rustling. It was the same garden, the same air, the same morning, and yet the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. For a moment, I thought I saw something move in the corner of my eye. Something small, darting among the shadows near the old stone bench in the far corner of the garden. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, but when I looked again, there was nothing. The garden was empty, save for the birds and the flowers and the trees. 3. My heart began to race. Was it just my imagination? Or had something unseen, been there for just a moment? I told myself it was nothing at all. The birds were still singing, their melodies rising and falling in the distance, each note sweeter than the last. But that feeling, it lingered, like an invisible weight pressing down on my chest. I couldn't shake it. I wanted to run back inside, to shut the door and forget everything I had felt. But I stayed. Something about the garden kept me there. Something about the birds, their songs, the way they called out to MIT made me stay. I took a deep breath and walked toward the center of the garden, my steps hesitant but steady. As I passed the flowers, I noticed something strange. The petals were darker, almost as though they had been touched by the shadows that lingered at the edges of the garden. The flowers, once so vibrant and full of life, now seemed to be wilting, fading, just slightly. But in their fading, they still held a kind of beauty, a quiet grace that made my heart ache with something I couldn't explain. I knelt down beside a patch of roses, their colors muted, almost as if they were holding secrets in their petals. A breeze passed by again, this time carrying the faintest scent of something I couldn't identify, a mix of earth, of rain, of something ancient. I closed my eyes and breathed it in. For a moment, the world felt different. Not in a scary way, but in a way that made me feel small, insignificant even, as if the garden had been here long before I ever arrived and would be here long after I was gone. The bird songs reached a crescendo, their melodies blending together in a final chorus of peace. It was as if they were calling out, not just to each other, but to me, to everyone, reminding us that no matter how lost or broken we might feel, there was still beauty in the world, still a melody to be heard, still a song to be sung. The weight in my chest began to lift. Slowly, piece by piece, the tension in my body eased, and I felt the softness of the morning wash over me. The garden, in its strange, magical way, had given me something precious, something I didn't even know I needed. And as I stood up to leave, the last song of the birds echoed through the garden, a final note that hung in the air, soft and sweet. I smiled to myself, knowing that, for now, the world was at peace, and I was, too. The morning of Thursday, September 23rd, was cooler than I expected. I woke up early, earlier than usual, because something about the quiet of the house felt unsettling. The weight of the week had already begun to creep in the tasks piling up at work. The endless to-do lists, the noise of the world outside. But I needed a break, just a small one, to catch my breath. I decided to go out into the garden. There was something about the early hours that always calmed me. The stillness, the air, the soft light beginning to spill across everything, somehow it made everything feel simpler. As I stepped outside, the cool breeze kissed my face, and for the first time in days, I felt a small sense of relief. The sun had barely risen, its light just beginning to touch the earth. I walked slowly through the garden, the familiar sound of my feet on the stone path grounding me, pulling me into the moment. The garden felt peaceful, like a quiet oasis in the midst of everything that had been happening. The flowers, my flowers, were just beginning to open. They seemed to stretch their petals toward the morning light, their colors brighter than I remembered. It was as if the dawn itself had infused them with new life. I stopped in front of the rose bush, its deep red blooms unfurling under the soft light. The petals seemed delicate, fragile even, but at the same time, strong, holding a kind of quiet power. I could smell the roses before I even got to close, a sweet, intoxicating fragrance that filled the air. I stood there for a moment, breathing it in, letting the scent wash over me. It was so familiar, so comforting. But then I noticed something strange. Among the roses, a pale white flower was blooming, one I didn't recognize. I had no memory of planting it. I wasn't sure how it had gotten there. My heart skipped a beat. Was it a weed, or had I just forgotten about it somehow? But as I looked closer, I realized it wasn't a weed at all. It was delicate, almost ethereal, its petals shimmering in the soft morning light. It looked so out of place, but beautiful all the same. It wasn't like the other flowers in the garden. My mind raced. Maybe I'd planted it long ago, forgotten about it in the busyness of life, and now it had decided to bloom like a silent reminder that even in the chaos, there's beauty waiting to unfold. But there was something else, something that felt off. I stood there, gazing at it, trying to place the feeling gnawing at the edges of my mind. Then, as I stood there, lost in thought, a strange feeling washed over me, a sensation that the garden was watching, waiting, as if it were alive. My breath hitched. I could feel my pulse quicken, and I shook my head, trying to shake off the discomfort. It was just a flower, just a plant, nothing more. But the feeling didn't fade. I glanced around the garden, half expecting to see something moving out of the corner of my eye. But no, the garden remained still, just as it always was. As I stepped outside, the cool breeze kissed my face, and for the first time in days, I felt a small sense of relief. The sun had barely risen, its light just beginning to touch the earth. I walked slowly through the garden, the familiar sound of my feet on the stone path grounding me, pulling me into the moment. The garden felt peaceful, like a quiet oasis in the midst of everything that had been happening. The flowers, my flowers, were just beginning to open. As I reached out to touch it, my fingers hovering just above the delicate petals, I heard it soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. The faintest whisper, a breath of air so quiet it could have been mistaken for the wind. Come closer. My heart stopped. I wasn't sure if I had heard it or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I looked around again, feeling the weight of the silence pressing down on me. The flowers, my flowers, were blooming, stretching open their petals with such grace, such elegance, that it was almost like they were performing a delicate dance with the dawn. Each bloom felt like a precious gift from the earth, a quiet offering from the universe. But even in the peace of the moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I turned back toward the roses, the white flower still drawing me in. It stood out in such stark contrast to the rest, its petals glistening in the light, its fragrance almost overwhelming. I stepped closer, drawn in by its beauty, even as a voice inside me urged caution. There was something almost too perfect about it. As I reached out to touch it, my fingers hovering just above the delicate petals, I heard it soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. The faintest whisper, a breath of air so quiet it could have been mistaken for the wind. Come closer. My heart stopped. I wasn't sure if I had heard it, or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I looked around again, feeling the weight of the silence pressing down on me. The garden, which had felt so peaceful moments before, now seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something. My hand trembled slightly as I slowly pulled it back from the flower. What was happening? Was I imagining things? The whisper could have been the wind, or perhaps my own mind, trying to make sense of the unease I had been feeling all morning. But something inside me told me to be careful. Something wasn't right. I took a step back, looking at the white flower once more. Its petals gleamed in the sunlight, but there was a darkness to it now, something I couldn't quite place. The longer I stared at it, the more unsettling it became. It was like a hidden truth, something beneath the surface that only the garden knew. It was as though the earth itself had offered me a glimpse into something deeper, something ancient. But the beauty of the flower, its pure, white petals, seemed to veil the truth. I shivered. Suddenly, the breeze picked up again, and the whispering sound no. The voice seemed to carry across the garden. Come closer. My heart raced. I shook my head, stepping away from the flower. The garden, once so serene, now felt heavy. The peace had shifted. It felt as though the air itself had thickened, as though it were holding something back. But then, as quickly as it had come, the tension faded. The wind softened. The birds resumed their song, the sounds of their melodies filling the space with a peaceful harmony. The flower, still beautiful, still blooming in the soft light of the morning, seemed to return to its place in the garden, as if nothing had happened. I stood there, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I didn't know what had just occurred, but the garden had certainly changed. For a moment, I thought I had imagined it, or the whisper, the feeling that something was watching me. Maybe it was just the quiet, the stillness, playing tricks on my mind. I walked away, leaving the white flower behind. The garden had returned to its usual calm, the scent of roses and lavender filling the air, the soft morning light casting long shadows across the path. The birds sang louder now, their songs filling the garden, and I felt the weight on my shoulders begin to lift. The beauty of the morning flowers, their delicate petals opening under the golden light of dawn, seemed to heal the space that had briefly felt so unsettling. I let myself relax, breathing in the calm of the garden. For now, the unease had passed. The world felt peaceful once again, and as I walked slowly back toward the house, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of gratitude. The garden had shown me something beautiful, something unsettling, and something powerful. A reminder that even in the most peaceful of places, there are mysteries waiting to be uncovered. And maybe, just maybe, I wasn't meant to understand them all. But for now, I was content to breathe, to be still, and to simply enjoy the beauty that surrounded me. It was a quiet morning, the kind of morning where the world feels still, as though time itself is holding its breath. But something inside me told me to be careful. Something wasn't right. I took a step back, looking at the white flower once more. Its petals gleamed in the sunlight, but there was a darkness to it now, something I couldn't quite place. The longer I stared at it, the more unsettling it became. It was like a hidden truth, something beneath the surface that only the garden knew. It was as though the earth itself had offered me a glimpse into something deeper, something ancient. But the beauty of the flower, its pure white petals, seemed to veil the truth. I shivered. But today, as I walked among the rows of flowers, something felt different. There was an odd sense of calm that seemed to stretch out around me, almost as though the garden itself had become more alive. The flowers were in full bloom, the roses in shades of red and pink, the lilies standing tall with their pure white petals, and the lavender, still holding on to its calming fragrance, swirling in the air with the soft breeze. The beauty of it all was overwhelming, yet calming at the same time. I stopped for a moment, breathing in the cool morning air, feeling its gentle touch on my skin. But there was something else. A soft sound, faint at first, reached my ears, a sound that seemed to come from the very heart of the garden. Footsteps, soft, steady footsteps, barely making a sound as they pressed into the earth. A smile that didn't reach his eyes, and yet it felt like a smile of recognition. The footsteps I had heard earlier started again, louder now, all around me. But the strangest part, the footsteps weren't coming from Thomas anymore. His care for the garden was unmatched, and every morning, without fail, he would be out here, walking the paths, checking the plants, making sure everything was as it should be. I stood there, trying to shake off the feeling that had begun to settle over me. The footsteps grew louder, closer now, though the only thing I could see was the stillness of the garden, the flowers swaying gently in the breeze. I felt a flicker of unease, but I told myself it was nothing. The garden was full of sounds, after all. The wind through the trees, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds in the distance. It was all just part of the natural rhythm of the place. But still, the footsteps continued, slow and deliberate. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and walked further into the garden, following the soft sound of movement. It was then that I saw him. Thomas, at least, I thought it was him. He was standing by the old oak tree, his back to me. He was dressed in his usual attire, a faded green shirt and old denim jeans, and he had his hands resting on a small shovel, as if he had just finished planting something. His posture was relaxed, as it always was, his body language reflecting the quiet contentment he found in his work. I had never seen him so focused, so serene, and yet there was something strange about this moment. It was as though the air itself had changed, thickened in a way that made me feel off. I cleared my throat, stepping closer to him. "Thomas," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper, afraid to break the stillness of the garden. He didn't respond. His back remained to me, unmoving. I frowned, walking closer, my footsteps muffled by the soft earth. "Thomas," I repeated, a little louder this time. Still, there was no answer. Something wasn't right. I stopped, just a few feet away from him. My heart began to race, though I couldn't quite place why. It was as though a quiet warning was echoing in the back of my mind. There was something about his stillness that felt unnatural. I reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder, gently, trying to get his attention. He didn't move. His skin felt unnaturally cold beneath my fingers, as though he had been standing there for far longer than I had realized. "Thomas," I said, my voice trembling now, the unease creeping into my chest. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, Thomas turned his head, his eyes meeting mine, and what I saw in them sent a chill straight through me. His eyes were empty, hollow-like to dark pools that seemed to swallow up everything around them. They were not the eyes of the man I had known for years, the kind and gentle gardener who had always been so warm. No, these eyes held something else, something darker. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic rhythm that made everything around me feel distant, blurry. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves around us, but Thomas remained still, his eyes never leaving mine. And then, in the silence that hung between us, I heard it, a soft whisper. "Don't be afraid," it said. But the voice, it wasn't Thomas's. It was colder, distant, like a voice that had drifted through time itself, a voice from another world. I stepped back, my breath catching in my throat. "Thomas, what's happening?" My voice was barely audible, lost in the vastness of the garden. He didn't answer, but his lips curled into the faintest of smiles. A smile that didn't reach his eyes, and yet it felt like a smile of recognition. The footsteps I had heard earlier started again, louder now, all around me. But the strangest part, the footsteps weren't coming from Thomas anymore. They seemed to be coming from every direction, the sound of soft feet treading on the garden's soil, moving with a kind of rhythm that didn't make sense. It was as if the entire garden, the earth itself, had become alive, breathing, moving with an energy I couldn't understand. The flowers around us, once so peaceful, so still, swayed violently now, their petals trembling in the breeze. And in that moment, I realized something that made my blood run cold. I wasn't alone. There was something in the garden, something ancient, watching me, and I couldn't escape it. I tried to call out again, but no sound came from my mouth. My heart raced, the panic starting to grip me, and yet I felt rooted to the spot, unable to move. The last thing I remember before the world seemed to shift completely was the whisper again, this time so close to my ear that I felt the chill of it against my skin. "Stay with us." The garden, with all its beauty and peace, had become something else. And for a moment, I wondered if it was ever truly mine to enjoy. I turned and stumbled away, the sound of those footsteps following me, whispering, always whispering, as the garden keeper's presence lingered behind me. It wasn't until I reached the house, breathless and shaken, that the whispers stopped. The garden, now bathed in the soft light of the rising sun, looked still again. But I knew what I had felt. I knew what had changed. And as I sank into the chair, trying to steady my breathing, I realized that, for the first time in years, the garden had held a secret that I wasn't ready to understand. It was a crisp autumn morning, October 3rd, just as the first hints of sunlight began to peek over the horizon. The world outside my window was still quiet, the kind of stillness that felt almost sacred. The air had a cool bite to it, but there was a warmth in the sun's rays as they stretched over the earth. My feet hit the cold wood of the floor with a soft thud, and I walked towards the garden with an almost instinctual pull. The garden, my refuge, my sanctuary. It was a place where I could leave everything behind. The noise, the stress, the heaviness of life. Here, in the quiet, I could breathe. I could let go. The first step outside was always the best part. The scent of the wet earth and the crisp leaves filled the air, making everything feel grounded, real. It was like stepping into another world, one that existed just beyond the noise of the day-to-day. I walked down the familiar stone path, feeling the coolness of the stones beneath my feet, each one placed so carefully by hand all those years ago. But today, something was different, something I couldn't explain. The breeze, usually gentle, seemed to carry a sense of anticipation with it, whispering through the branches and the leaves, almost as though it was trying to tell me something. The scent of the garden, rich with flowers and damp earth, filled my lungs. Still, there was something else, something I couldn't put my finger on, hanging in the air. I stopped by the old oak tree, my hand resting on its gnarled bark. I often found peace here, the steady presence of the ancient tree calming my restless thoughts. But today, as I looked around, I noticed a soft, flickering light between the trees. At first, I thought it was just the light of the dawn. But no, it was something else. Something warmer, almost ethereal, like it didn't belong. It pulsed gently, flickering in rhythm with the soft breeze, as though the light itself had a heartbeat. I stood still, squinting to see if my eyes were playing tricks on me. The light came from a spot deep within the garden, just beyond the clearing where the sun hadn't yet fully touched. It was a soft, golden glow, something like the warmth of a fire, but there was no flame, no smoke. It was as though the light had been woven from the very essence of the morning itself. The first thought that crossed my mind was that perhaps it was some kind of reflection. Maybe the morning dew had caught the light in a way I hadn't noticed before. But no, this light was different. It moved. It shimmered. It seemed to reach for something, calling me with an invisible pull. I took a cautious step toward it. My feet, so accustomed to the soft, familiar soil of the garden, felt hesitant as I made my way through the rows of flowers. The closer I got to the light, the warmer the air seemed to become, and the more vibrant the colors of the garden around me appeared. It was as if the light was making everything more alive, more real. As I reached the edge of the light, I stopped. There, between the trees, the light pulsed with a soft, rhythmic beat, like the very heart of the garden itself. And then, just as I was about to step into its glow, I froze. A chill, sharp and sudden, washed over me, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I couldn't see what it was, but I could feel it. Something or someone was watching me. The feeling was so intense that I couldn't breathe for a moment. My heart began to race, not with fear, but with an odd mixture of awe and curiosity. It was as if the light and everything around it had become more aware, as if it knew I was there. It was as if the garden itself had suddenly taken on a life of its own. I felt the pull again, stronger now. The light was calling to me, and yet a strange unease twisted in my stomach. It was a peaceful unease, the feeling of being on the edge of something extraordinary, something I was both afraid and eager to discover. I stepped forward, my heart beating louder in my chest. My feet seemed to move of their own accord, drawn toward the light. The further I went, the softer the world around me seemed to become. The birds that had been singing earlier had fallen silent. The breeze had stilled. The only sound that remained was the quiet pulsing of the light. It felt almost sacred. As I stepped into the light, it wrapped around me like a warm embrace, its soft glow illuminating the world in a way I had never seen before. Everything, every flower, every leaf seemed to glow with the same soft golden warmth. The air felt different here, as if it was charged with something ancient, something powerful. My pulse slowed, and for the first time in as long as I could remember, I felt a deep sense of peace settle over me. I felt it before I saw it, a fleeting shift in the air, a chill that was different from the usual coolness of morning. The breeze died down, and everything seemed to still, as though holding its breath. And then it happened. A shadow, dark and fleeting, passed over the garden. I could barely make out its shape, just a blur, really, as it moved quickly across the ground, passing over the vibrant flowers, the stone path, and the towering trees. For a split second, I thought I saw it. I stepped back, my heart racing again, but this time with a mix of confusion and wonder. Was the garden speaking to me, or was it something else? Something ancient? As I slowly began to retreat from the light, the warmth faded, and the garden returned to its quiet stillness. The birds began to sing again, the wind picked up, and the light, no longer pulsing, became just a flicker in the distance. It was as though nothing had happened, yet I knew, deep down, that something had changed. I paused, looking back one last time at the shimmering light that now seemed so distant. The air had returned to its usual crispness. The world felt normal once again, but I knew I wasn't the same. There was something about that moment, that light, that had touched me in a way I couldn't explain. I left the garden that morning with a sense of calm I hadn't felt in years, a sense of connection to something greater, something beyond what I could see. And though I would never fully understand what had happened, a part of me knew that I would never look at the garden the same way again. Because, in that stillness, I had glimpsed something more, something that lay just beyond the surface of the world, and it was waiting, quietly, to be discovered again. It was a crisp morning on October 18th, the kind where the air feels just cool enough to make you breathe in deeply, feeling the freshness of the new day. The light had that soft golden hue that only dawn could bring, and it settled over the garden like a gentle kiss. I was standing by the garden gate, just taking it all in. The flowers, still damp with the morning dew, glistened in the sunlight. The sound of birds chirping in the distance was like music, their songs blending perfectly with the rustling leaves in the soft breeze. I felt at peace. I had come to the garden early, as I often did, to take a quiet walk and clear my mind. Life had been overwhelming lately, work, personal struggles, everything just felt too much at times. So, the garden had become my escape, a place where the world outside seemed to fade, leaving only the soothing presence of nature. As I walked along the path, my feet light on the ground, I let myself be fully immersed in the serenity around me. The scent of roses and jasmine filled the air, making everything feel softer, more comforting. It felt like everything was exactly as it should be, like there was nothing to worry about, nothing to rush for. But then, as I rounded the corner near the old stone bench, something strange happened. I felt it before I saw it, a fleeting shift in the air. A chill that was different from the usual coolness of morning. The breeze died down, and everything seemed to still, as though holding its breath. And then it happened. A shadow, dark and fleeting, passed over the garden. I could barely make out its shape, just a blur, really, as it moved quickly across the ground, passing over the vibrant flowers, the stone path, and the towering trees. For a split second, I thought I saw it. A figure, tall and indistinct, drifting in and out of view, like a wisp of smoke that couldn't decide whether it wanted to remain in the physical world or slip into another. I stopped in my tracks, my heart racing. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Was it a trick of the light? Had I imagined it? I looked around, my senses alert. The sun had already risen higher in the sky, bathing the garden in a warm, golden glow. There was no logical reason for a shadow to appear at this time of day, not when the sun was so clearly shining, casting long, clear beams over everything in sight. But something deep inside me knew that the garden had secrets it wasn't ready to share. And perhaps, for the first time, I wasn't sure I wanted to know them. I walked away slowly, the weight of the morning pressing on my shoulders, leaving behind the peaceful garden that had always been my refuge. For now, it was enough to know that I could return whenever I needed peace. But as I walked away, I couldn't help but wonder, would the garden ever feel the same again? Would I? It was the morning of October 25th, a cool, crisp day with the kind of peacefulness I had grown to love in my garden. The flowers swayed gently in the breeze, the sunlight kissed the grass, and the trees stood proudly, their leaves whispering in the wind. I let out a slow breath, trying to shake off the unease that had settled in my chest. Perhaps it was nothing, I thought. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, the result of exhaustion or too much stress. But, even as I tried to convince myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That strange, fleeting moment had left an imprint on my mind. The shadow hadn't just been an illusion. No, it felt more like an interruption in the natural order of things, like something had slipped into the garden from somewhere it didn't belong. I shook my head, trying to clear the lingering discomfort. I walked further into the garden, hoping to put the incident behind me, but the strange feeling of being watched remained. The breeze seemed to grow heavier, and though I could hear the soft rustling of leaves and the distant songs of birds, it was as if the garden itself was holding something back. The peaceful atmosphere that I had come to rely on suddenly felt like it was hiding something, a secret that I wasn't meant to know. By the time I reached the small pond near the back of the garden, I couldn't ignore the growing sense of unease any longer. I stood there, gazing at my reflection in the still water, my hands clasped tightly together. The pond was beautiful, its surface smooth like glass, reflecting the vibrant colors of the trees and flowers surrounding it. But even here, there was a sense of something just beneath the surface, something waiting. As I stared into the water, I caught a glimpse of something moving in the reflection, a shadow darting just at the edge of my vision. I spun around, my heart pounding. The garden behind me was empty, still. There was no movement, no sign of anything unusual, just the same peaceful morning that had greeted me when I arrived. And yet, I knew what I had seen. I knew it wasn't a trick of the light this time. The shadow had been real. But what was it? Where had it come from? I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me into the garden, something that wasn't quite right, something that didn't belong. As I stood there, my mind racing, I could feel the garden around me changing. The air grew colder, the shadows longer. The once welcoming warmth of the sun seemed to dim, as if the light was reluctant to shine on something hidden in the darkness. I slowly made my way back toward the garden gate, each step heavier than the last. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see something more, someone lurking behind me. But there was nothing. Just the rustling leaves and the soft chirping of birds, as if the world had returned to normal. By the time I reached the gate, the morning light had grown stronger, and the garden looked as peaceful as it had when I first stepped into it. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. That shadow, though fleeting, had left an impression on me that I couldn't explain. As I closed the gate behind me, I looked back one last time at the garden. The sun was shining brightly now, the flowers still blooming, the trees still standing tall. But something deep inside me knew that the garden had secrets it wasn't ready to share. And perhaps, for the first time, I wasn't sure I wanted to know them. I walked away slowly, the weight of the morning pressing on my shoulders, leaving behind a peaceful garden that had always been my refuge. For now, it was enough to know that I could return whenever I needed peace. But as I walked away, I couldn't help but wonder, would the garden ever feel the same again? Would I? It was the morning of October 25th, a cool, crisp day, with the kind of peacefulness I had grown to love in my garden. The sun had risen gently, the soft light pouring through the trees and casting long, delicate shadows on the path. As usual, I had arrived early, before the world outside had fully awakened. There was something about the quiet hours before the hustle of daily life began that filled me with a sense of calm. A moment to gather my thoughts and find peace before the day's demands. The air was fresh, still with the scent of damp earth and the faint fragrance of flowers beginning to bloom. The leaves, kissed by the morning dew, sparkled like tiny diamonds in the soft light. The garden felt like a sanctuary, a place that had always given me a sense of comfort, a place where I could let go of the stress that seemed to follow me everywhere else. As I walked along the winding path, I couldn't help but marvel at how alive everything felt. The leaves rustling in the gentle breeze, the birds singing their soft songs from the treetops, and the occasional flutter of a butterfly as it danced through the air. But today, there was something different. A strange sense of stillness hung in the air, a weight that didn't quite belong. It started as a faint sound, so soft at first that I thought I had imagined it. A distant chime, like the tolling of a bell, echoed through the garden. The sound was barely audible, but it carried with it a certain resonance, a deep, rich tone that seemed to vibrate through the air. The air was fresh, still with the scent of damp earth and the faint fragrance of flowers beginning to bloom. The leaves, kissed by the morning dew, sparkled like tiny diamonds in the soft light. The garden felt like a sanctuary, a place that had always given me a sense of comfort, a place where I could let go of the stress that seemed to follow me everywhere else. The sound wasn't alarming, but it was haunting in a way that I couldn't quite explain. I looked around, as if expecting to find someone or something that could explain the bell. But the garden was empty. The trees swayed gently in the breeze. The flowers continued to bloom in the soft light, and the birds continued their morning chorus. Yet the bell kept ringing, each chime echoing across the garden, and with each toll, the air around me seemed to grow thicker, like the garden was part of something much larger, something older than I could comprehend. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the unease that had suddenly gripped my chest. There was nothing to fear, I told myself. It was just a bell, somewhere far off, a sound that was part of the landscape. Maybe it was from a nearby church, or perhaps from the old tower on the far side of the village. But even as I tried to rationalize it, a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than that. The bell felt connected to the garden in some way, like it was part of the very fabric of this place. I continued walking, though my pace was slower now, as though the garden itself was urging me to tread carefully. The bell tolled again, and this time I could feel it in my chest, the deep vibration of the sound settling in my bones. It wasn't loud, not in the traditional sense, but its resonance was powerful, as if it was drawing me deeper into the heart of the garden, pulling me toward something unknown. The bell's sound was calming in one sense. Its gentle tolling had a rhythm, a certain soothing cadence to it, but it was also unsettling. There was something about it that seemed out of place, something that didn't belong in this peaceful, serene world I had come to cherish. As I walked toward the old oak tree at the far edge of the garden, the bell's tolling grew louder, as if the distance between us was shrinking. I stopped again, my heart beating faster now. The sound was louder, clearer, more resonant. And then, just as quickly as it had started, the bell stopped. Silence, total, absolute silence. It was as if the world had suddenly held its breath. Even the birds had stopped singing. The breeze had died down, and for a moment, I thought I could hear the rustle of my own thoughts as they echoed through the garden. I stood there for a moment, my mind racing. What had just happened? Was it part of the garden's usual charm, some kind of natural phenomenon I hadn't noticed before? Or was it something else, something beyond my understanding? The garden felt different now, as though the very air had shifted. The tranquility that had once filled the space was now tinged with something more, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It wasn't fear, exactly, but an awareness. The sound wasn't alarming, but it was haunting in a way that I couldn't quite explain. I looked around, as if expecting to find someone or something that could explain the bell. But the garden was empty. The trees swayed gently in the breeze. The flowers continued to bloom in the soft light, and the birds continued their morning chorus. Yet the bell kept ringing, each chime echoing across the garden, and with each toll, the air around me seemed to grow thicker, like the garden was part of something much larger, something older than I could comprehend. I walked slowly back toward the center of the garden, my footsteps light, almost hesitant. The morning light was softer now, the sun higher in the sky, casting a warm glow over everything. The garden, once again, seemed peaceful, but my perception had shifted. I couldn't help but feel as though something had changed, something I couldn't quite grasp. As I reached the stone bench, I sat down, letting the peacefulness of the garden wash over me once more. The toll of the distant bell had faded, leaving only the sound of birds singing and the rustling leaves. The moment had passed, and yet something lingered in the air, a memory of something greater, something that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary world. The garden, for all its beauty, was no longer just a refuge. It had become a reminder of time, of mystery, of the unknown. I had always thought of it as a place of peace, a place where I could escape the chaos of the world. But now I knew that it was also a place of wonder, a place where the whispers of the past and the future seemed to meet, where the toll of a distant bell could change the very air around me. And so, as I sat there, the sun rising higher, the garden alive with its usual beauty, I felt a sense of connection to something timeless. The bell had passed through the garden like a fleeting thought, but its memory stayed with me, like a soft chime in the back of my mind, reminding me that there is always more to see, more to understand, and more to feel in the world around us. The garden had always been my peaceful escape, but now it was something more. It was a bridge between worlds, one that I would never fully understand, but one that I could visit whenever I needed to feel a part of something greater, something that would always be here, even when I was gone. It was a quiet morning, the kind of morning that seemed to stretch out forever, filled with nothing but soft light and the scent of blooming flowers. It was November 3rd, a Thursday, and, as usual, I found myself at the garden before the sun had fully risen, the air still cool and fresh, the earth damp with dew. I enjoyed these early mornings, when the world was hushed and the garden felt like it belonged only to me, a private sanctuary from the chaos of daily life. I was walking along the familiar gravel path, my steps barely making a sound as I moved. The garden was still, almost reverent in its calm, as if it knew I needed a moment of peace. The flowers' bright bursts of color against the soft green of the grass stood still, their petals glistening with droplets of dew. I stopped for a moment, taking in the beauty of the scene. There was something magical about the dew, how it seemed to catch the first rays of sunlight and shimmer, tiny beads of light decorating every leaf, every flower. But then, something strange happened. As I stood there, watching, I noticed that some of the dewdrops on the flowers were vanishing. Not in the way they did when the sun grew stronger, slowly evaporating into the air, but almost as though they were being absorbed into the earth. It was subtle, almost imperceptible at first, but it was there. One by one, the dewdrops disappeared without a trace, leaving the petals dry in their place. I blinked, thinking I had imagined it, but no, it was happening again. A delicate drop of dew, so clear and perfect, simply vanished as I watched, like it had never been there at all. The leaves around it were left untouched, as if the dew had been taken by the soil beneath. It wasn't an ordinary thing to see. Dewdrops don't just disappear without explanation. I crouched down, my breath catching in my throat, my curiosity pulling me closer to the flower in front of me. The air felt different, heavier, as though the very garden was holding its breath. I reached out and gently touched the leaf where the dew had vanished. The surface was cool to the touch, still moist from the morning air, but there was no sign of the drop that had been there just a moment ago. My thoughts raced. It couldn't be natural. Dew didn't just disappear like that, especially not when the air was so calm and the sun hadn't fully risen. I scanned the garden, my eyes moving from flower to flower, leaf to leaf, and I saw more of the same. Drops vanishing into the earth, as though they were being drawn in by some invisible force. I stood up, feeling a shiver run down my spine. I had spent countless mornings in this garden, but never had I seen anything like this. It wasn't just the strange disappearance of the dew that unsettled me, was the feeling that accompanied it. Something felt off. A soft tension lingered in the air, a quiet, subtle energy that I couldn't quite place. The garden, usually so full of peaceful life, suddenly felt like it was hiding something it wasn't ready to reveal. I shook my head, trying to push the feeling away. It was probably nothing. A trick of the light, maybe. Maybe I had imagined it. Was it simply nature's rhythm, or was there something more at play here? Something I wasn't meant to understand. I couldn't say for sure, but I knew one thing: the garden would never feel quite the same again. Every step I took in its quiet paths, every rustle of leaves, now carried a sense of wonder and trepidation. It was as though the earth was slowly drawing them in, one by one, until the garden was dry again. I stopped by a particularly beautiful rose bush, its flowers opening slowly in the morning light. The dew on the petals was thick, clinging to the edges in delicate droplets. As I watched, Another drop vanished before my eyes, leaving no trace behind. I couldn't explain it. There was something almost deliberate about it. It was as though the garden itself had a secret, a quiet, hidden purpose that I wasn't meant to understand. I felt my heart quicken, and I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I couldn't let my imagination get the better of me. It was just dew, right? Just a natural phenomenon. I tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation. But the more I looked around, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I had been coming to this garden for years, and it had always been a place of peace, a place where I could escape the world's worries and find a moment of stillness. But now, there was a sense of unease that I couldn't ignore. The dew was disappearing into the earth, and the garden, which had always seemed so full of life, suddenly felt hollow. I looked around again, half expecting to see someone or something moving between the trees. But there was nothing. The garden was still and silent, save for the soft rustling of the leaves in the wind. It was the silence that bothered me most, though the silence that felt like it was holding something back, like the garden was watching me, waiting for me to figure out what it was hiding. I stayed there for a long time, my eyes moving from flower to flower, leaf to leaf, searching for an explanation. But the dew continued to vanish, leaving only dry petals in its wake. And as I stood there, a thought crossed my mind. What if the garden had always been hiding something? What if it was more than just a peaceful retreat? Maybe it had secrets, things that only revealed themselves when the time was right, when the morning light was just soft enough, when the dewdrops shimmered just the right way. I left the garden that morning with more questions than answers. The strange disappearance of the dewdrops haunted me long after I had walked away. Every time I returned to the garden, I couldn't help but glance at the flowers, wondering if the earth would claim the dew again, if I would catch another glimpse of the mystery that seemed to be unfolding just beneath the surface of the earth. Was it simply nature's rhythm, or was there something more at play here, something I wasn't meant to understand? I couldn't say for sure, but I knew one thing: the garden would never feel quite the same again. Every step I took in its quiet paths, every rustle of leaves, now carried a sense of wonder and trepidation. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a secret, hidden deep in the soil, waiting to be uncovered. The air was cool that morning, a soft breeze brushing against my skin as I walked deeper into the garden. It was early, still before the sun had fully risen, and the world was quiet. The kind of quiet that seems almost sacred, where even the smallest sound feels amplified. I could hear my own footsteps, slow and deliberate, as they crunched against the gravel path. The dew on the grass sparkled under the faint light, and the scent of jasmine filled the air, sweet and soothing. It was the morning of November 10th, a Sunday, and I was in my favorite spot, the farthest corner of the garden. This was where the flowers grew wild, where the trees were older, the trunks twisted and knotted. It was the part of the garden where I went when I needed to think, when I wanted to lose myself in the beauty of nature and forget the stress of the week behind me. But that morning, as I stood there, something felt off. I couldn't quite place it at first, but it was there, lurking in the corners of my mind, like a shadow that refused to be ignored. I stayed there for a long time, my eyes moving from flower to flower, leaf to leaf, searching for an explanation. But the dew continued to vanish, leaving only dry petals in its wake. And as I stood there, a thought crossed my mind. What if the garden had always been hiding something? What if it was more than just a peaceful retreat? It was subtle, barely perceptible, but it was there. And then I heard it. At first, it was just a flicker, like a sound on the edge of my hearing, something I thought I might have imagined. A soft, almost inaudible laugh. It was playful, light-hearted even, but it echoed through the garden in a way that sent a chill down my spine. I took a step back, my mind racing, my pulse quickening. I had been coming to this garden for years. Never once had I felt this uneasy, this unsettled. The laugh, faint as it was starting to wear on me, making the once peaceful garden feel like a place I no longer recognized. The trees, the flowers, they all seemed different, darker somehow. The soft morning light, once so inviting, now seemed to cast long, ominous shadows on the ground. I couldn't stay there any longer. I turned on my heel and began to walk briskly back toward the gate. But the laugh followed me. I stood up slowly, wiping the damp soil from my hands, and began to walk toward the edge of the garden. The path was familiar, the same one I had walked 1,000 times. Yet today it felt different, like the garden was playing tricks on me. I turned a corner, moving past the old oak tree that had always stood watch over this part of the garden. And that's when I heard it again. When I finally reached the exit, I glanced back one last time, half expecting to see something watching me from the shadows. But there was nothing. The garden was still, peaceful, even. The morning light had broken through the clouds now, and everything looked just as it always had. The dew was still on the flowers, the air was still cool, and the only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. I stood there for a moment, my heart still racing, trying to calm my thoughts. Had I imagined the laughter? The laugh came again, this time accompanied by a soft rustling sound, like someone or something was moving just out of sight. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. It was impossible to ignore now, the feeling of being watched, the sense that there was something just beyond my reach, something hiding in the shadows of the garden, waiting. I took a step back, my mind racing, my pulse quickening. I had been coming to this garden for years. Never once had I felt this uneasy, this unsettled. The laugh, faint as it was starting to wear on me, making the once peaceful garden feel like a place I no longer recognized. The trees, the flowers, they all seemed different, darker somehow. The soft morning light, once so inviting, now seemed to cast long, ominous shadows on the ground. I couldn't stay there any longer. I turned on my heel and began to walk briskly back toward the gate. But the laugh followed me. It wasn't a constant sound, but it echoed through the air, faint but unmistakable, like a soft whisper on the wind. It wasn't the laugh of a person, not truly. It was something else, something I couldn't quite explain. It seemed to be tied to the very fabric of the garden itself, as though the garden itself was alive. As I neared the gate, the laugh grew softer, fading with each step I took. When I finally reached the exit, I glanced back one last time, half expecting to see something watching me from the shadows. But there was nothing. The garden was still, peaceful, even. The morning light had broken through the clouds now, and everything looked just as it always had. The dew was still on the flowers, the air was still cool, and the only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. I stood there for a moment, my heart still racing, trying to calm my thoughts. Had I imagined the laughter? Was it simply the wind playing tricks on me, or had the garden truly been hiding something? I couldn't say for sure. I only knew that something had changed. The garden, once a place of serenity, now felt different to me, like a secret had been revealed, secret that I wasn't meant to uncover. As I walked away, I glanced back once more. The garden stood silent and still, as though nothing had happened, as though everything was as it should be. But the memory of that laugh lingered in my mind, haunting me, pulling at the edges of my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that, despite the beauty of the garden, despite the peacefulness that surrounded it, there was something more lurking in its depths, something that waited patiently for the right moment to reveal itself. The laugh came again, this time accompanied by a soft rustling sound, like someone or something was moving just out of sight. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. It was impossible to ignore now the feeling of being watched, the sense that there was something just beyond my reach, something hiding in the shadows of the garden, waiting. It was one of those early mornings, the kind where the world feels fresh, untouched by the rush of the day ahead. The kind of morning where the air is crisp, the sun barely peeking above the horizon, and everything around me seems still. I stepped into the garden with a sense of peace, letting the cool air wrap around me as I took in the scent of damp earth and fresh flowers. It was a Sunday, the 17th of November, and I had come out to the garden to escape the noise of the world and find a moment of quiet. I had always found solace in the garden. The roses were in bloom, their petals soft and dewy. The trees stood tall with their branches gently swaying in the breeze, and the sound of the wind was like a whisper, carrying secrets from places unknown. I loved the tranquility here, but today felt different. As I walked along the stone path, I felt the familiar pull of the garden, but something lingered in the air, an unease that I couldn't shake. It started as a soft rustling in the bushes just ahead of me. I paused, listening intently, my heart beginning to beat a little faster. I was alone, or so I thought. I glanced around, my eyes scanning the rows of flowers and the towering trees, but there was no one. It was one of those early mornings, the kind where the world feels fresh, untouched by the rush of the day ahead. The kind of morning where the air is crisp, the sun barely peeking above the horizon, and everything around me seems still. I stepped into the garden with a sense of peace, letting the cool air wrap around me as I took in the scent of damp earth and fresh flowers. It was a Sunday, the 17th of November, and I had come out to the garden to escape the noise of the world and find a moment of quiet. I had always found solace in the garden. I leaned in a little further, trying to convince myself that it was just the garden, playing tricks on my mind. But then I heard it again. A faint whisper of movement, soft and deliberate, like someone or something was moving just out of reach. I felt a chill run down my spine. The garden had always felt safe, a sanctuary for me. But now, there was a sense of something lurking just beyond the corner of my vision, something I couldn't quite grasp. I took a cautious step back, glancing around, but everything appeared still. The roses swayed gently in the breeze, the trees were calm, their leaves rustling in a soft, rhythmic pattern. The early morning light filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Yet the feeling of being watched lingered, pressing in on me, like there was something just out of sight, observing my every move. I decided to move deeper into the garden, hoping the quiet would settle my thoughts. But the rustling followed me, barely audible, but there. Just as I thought I was imagining it, I heard it again, a soft, almost imperceptible noise, like footsteps in the underbrush. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello," I called softly, my voice barely louder than a whisper. The silence that followed felt suffocating, the kind of silence that presses on your ears and makes your skin crawl. But there was no answer, no movement. I strained my eyes, searching for anything, any sign that someone else was there. Nothing. I shook my head, trying to calm myself. It was probably just a bird or a rabbit, I thought. Maybe the wind. But the more I tried to convince myself of that, the more the unease grew. Something was wrong. The garden felt ... off. I took a few more steps, moving past a line of hedges toward the small pond that sat nestled in the corner of the garden. The sound of the water lapping gently at the stones was soothing, and I closed my eyes for a moment, hoping the peace would return. But just as I was beginning to relax, I felt it again. That presence, it was like a weight in the air, a shift that I couldn't explain. I opened my eyes and froze. The bushes near the pond had shifted, as though something had passed through them. There were no signs of movement, no obvious cause, but there was a subtle disturbance in the air, a sense that something or someone was standing there, just out of sight. I held my breath, my heart thudding in my chest. The garden, once a place of peace and quiet, now felt heavy, as if the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting. The soft rustling in the bushes was gone now, but the feeling of being watched remained. It was almost tangible, as though the very atmosphere was thick with an unseen presence. I took a step back, my mind racing. There was no one else in the garden, but now there was a sense of something lurking just beyond the corner of my vision, something I couldn't quite grasp. I took a cautious step back, glancing around, but everything appeared still. The roses swayed gently in the breeze, the trees were calm, their leaves rustling in a soft, rhythmic pattern. Yet the strange sensation remained, hanging in the space around me, as though something was just waiting for me to leave. I didn't stay much longer that day. As I left the garden, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched, that there was something in that place, something unseen, that had observed me in silence. It was a sensation that haunted me, creeping into my thoughts long after I had left the garden behind. And even now, as I sit here, I can still feel it like a presence, just on the edge of my awareness, just beyond my reach. The garden, once a sanctuary, now holds a secret, one that I don't think I'll ever fully understand. It's as though the very earth has hidden something from me, something it doesn't want me to find. Something or someone that I couldn't see, but which had been there all along. And every time I think of the garden now, I can still hear the faint rustling, the soft movement in the bushes. I can still feel the weight of that unseen presence, waiting just out of sight, watching, listening. And I wonder, was I truly alone that day in the garden? Or was there something else, something hidden, just waiting for the right moment to reveal itself? The morning was quiet, just as it always was, and the serenity of the garden enveloped me like a soft blanket. It was the 21st of March, just as spring was beginning to take hold. The light of the early morning sun filtered through the trees, casting long, thin shadows that seemed to stretch lazily across the grass. The air was still cool, and the gentle hum of the world, just waking up, added to the peacefulness around me. I stepped into the garden with my usual sense of calm, feeling the freshness of the earth beneath my feet, breathing in the sweet scent of the flowers and grass. It was the kind of morning that made everything feel right, a pause between the chaos of life. But there was something different about this morning. At first, it was a sound that I barely noticed. The usual birds were singing their morning songs, sweet chirping calls that floated through the garden, creating a soft melody of life beginning anew. Yet there was one bird that stood out. Its song was not like the others. It was deep, almost sorrowful, with a tone that seemed to echo, lingering in the air long after the notes had faded. I stopped, pausing mid-step as the sound washed over me. It wasn't a song I recognized. It was a cry, more than a melody, strangely haunting and beautiful all at once. My heart began to beat a little faster, not from fear, but from an unsettling feeling that settled in my chest. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about the song made my skin prickle. It was as though the bird was singing not just to fill the morning silence, but to convey something deeper, something not meant for ordinary ears. I turned slowly, scanning the trees and bushes around me, but I couldn't see the bird. The garden was alive with life, yet that single song, resonating through the trees, felt like a distant cry. The other birds continued their cheerful tunes, seemingly unaware of the unusual bird in their midst. The sound of the sorrowful song echoed again, but it wasn't just a melody, it was like an invitation, a beckoning to something I couldn't see. I took a few steps forward, almost against my own instincts, drawn to the source of the song. The bird's voice had a rhythm to it, rising and falling in ways I had never heard before. It was as though it were calling, not to the day or to the other creatures of the garden, but to something far beyond. I reached the small pond at the center of the garden, its surface smooth and still, reflecting the trees and the sky above. The garden, once a sanctuary, now holds a secret, one that I don't think I'll ever fully understand. It's as though the very earth has hidden something from me, something it doesn't want me to find, something or someone that I couldn't see, but which had been there all along. And every time I think of the garden now, I can still hear the faint rustling, the soft movement in the bushes. I can still feel the weight of that unseen presence, waiting just out of sight, watching, listening. I stood still, watching the tree. The song continued to echo through the garden, deeper now, more intense, like it was trying to tell me something, or perhaps warn me. I felt my throat tighten, a strange feeling of unease spreading through my chest. Why does it sound so ... sad? I murmured to myself, though I knew no one would hear. The sorrow in its song felt heavy, like a burden that it was carrying for reasons I couldn't understand. And yet, it was beautiful. I couldn't deny that. It was a melody that touched something deep inside me, something buried, something almost forgotten. I took a slow step forward, almost as if I were in a trance, moving toward the sound. As I walked, the garden seemed to grow quieter, more still. The leaves on the trees barely moved, and the air felt thick, like the world was holding its breath. I looked around, but there was nothing there, no sign of anything strange. Yet the feeling of being watched was unmistakable. It was as if the garden itself was alive, holding some secret just beyond my reach. And then, just as I reached the edge of the tree where the bird's song had been coming from, it stopped. Dead silence. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I had been so caught up in the haunting beauty of that song that I hadn't even realized how still the garden had become. The usual morning sounds, the rustle of leaves, the chirps of other birds were gone. But I can't forget the sound that carried something I still don't fully understand. A secret of the garden that remains hidden, just out of reach. It was a crisp morning, the kind that seemed to hold its breath just before the warmth of the day fully embraced the earth. The garden, my sanctuary, lay still, as if waiting for the sun to give it life. The birds were already singing, their songs a blend of melodies that echoed softly through the trees. A faint chill brushed against my skin, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. But I couldn't shake the feeling. Something was wrong. I slowly turned and started walking back, my feet moving more quickly now. The garden, which had always felt like a peaceful escape, now seemed ominous, as if the song had unlocked something hidden in the air, something darker. The sun was higher in the sky, and the light had shifted, casting longer shadows that made the garden feel more unfamiliar. As I reached the garden gate, I took one last look behind me. The silence still hung in the air, thick and heavy, and there was no sign of the bird, no sign of anything. Yet the sorrowful song echoed in my mind, as clear as it had been when it first reached my ears. What had it meant? Why had I heard it? I didn't know, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the garden held more than I could see, more than I could understand. And as I walked away, the memory of that haunting song stayed with me, lingering in the quiet corners of my mind. The garden, once a place of solace, had transformed into something else, a place where beauty and mystery intertwined in ways that were both comforting and unsettling. And now, every time I visit, I listen for the bird's song, but it never comes again. Not in the same way, not with that same deep, sorrowful tone. But I can't forget it, the sound that carried something I still don't fully understand. A secret of the garden that remains hidden, just out of reach. It was a crisp morning, the kind that seemed to hold its breath just before the warmth of the day fully embraced the earth. The garden, my sanctuary, lay still, as if waiting for the sun to give it life. The birds were already singing, their songs a blend of melodies that echoed softly through the trees. I had always found peace here, in the quiet corners of the garden, where the flowers bloomed in wild bursts of color and the breeze moved through the leaves like a whispering secret. It was the 7th of April, a Saturday. I remember it distinctly because I had decided to spend the entire morning in the garden, away from the noise of the world. The hustle of the week had worn me thin, and there was no better way to clear my mind than to walk slowly through the paths I had come to know so well. The light was gentle that morning, casting long, soft shadows, and making everything seem to glow with a quiet radiance. I took a deep breath, savoring the freshness of the air, and began my usual route around the garden, my feet brushing against the dewy grass. The flowers were waking up, their petals still holding the remnants of the night's coolness, their colors vivid against the green backdrop of the earth. As I walked, my thoughts drifted. I was thinking about the events of the past week, the challenges at work, the constant pressure to keep moving, to keep up. But in the garden, everything seemed to slow down. Time felt like it stretched out, as though the hours were endless. That's when I noticed it. It was a faint glimmer, barely visible at first, tucked beneath the roots of one of the older trees. My eyes caught the sparkle of something metallic as I passed by, and for a moment I thought it was just the light playing tricks on me, but something about it tugged at my curiosity. It didn't belong there, in the dirt at the base of the tree, shining like it had been placed there on purpose. I stepped closer, the soft earth giving way beneath my feet as I knelt down. There, half buried in the soil, was a silver coin. The garden, once a place of solace, had transformed into something else, a place where beauty and mystery intertwined in ways that were both comforting and unsettling. And now, every time I visit, I listen for the bird's song, but it never comes again. Not in the same way. Not with that same deep, sorrowful tone. I had seen enough coins in my life to know this one had history, had been buried here for a long time, as though waiting for someone to find it. I sat there for a moment, holding the coin in my palm, the weight of it pulling at my thoughts. How had it come to be here? Had it been lost, or was it placed here deliberately? The idea of something hidden in the earth, waiting for someone to uncover it, sent a strange thrill through me. It felt like I had stumbled upon something more than just a coin. The air around me seemed to grow thicker as I sat there, a sensation I couldn't quite place. There was something about the quiet of the garden that morning, something that felt too still. The birds had stopped singing, and the breeze had died down, leaving a silence that made the moment feel oddly charged. The air felt heavier here today, as though the garden was waiting for something. There was a subtle unease that crept along the edges of my mind, but I couldn't quite place it. Maybe it was just the weariness from the week, or the lingering thoughts that had been swirling in my head. I had been under pressure at work, and I had hoped that this walk would provide the escape I needed. I kept walking, my boots crunching softly against the gravel, until I reached the old oak tree, where I usually paused to take in the view. But today, my eyes were drawn elsewhere. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had found something that wasn't meant to be found, something that belonged to a time long past. As I neared the gate, I paused, looking back toward the tree. The glimmer of the coin had faded, and the garden seemed to return to its usual calm. But there was a strange unease that lingered in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't help but wonder what had caused that glimmer, and why had the birds stopped singing when I touched the coin. That evening, I sat in my living room, the coin resting on the table before me. I had placed it there, as though to study it, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease each time I looked at it. It didn't belong in the garden, in that quiet, peaceful space. I turned it over again, examining it carefully, and that's when I saw it faint, almost invisible markings etched into the metal. They weren't words or designs I recognized, just strange symbols that seemed to swirl around the edge of the coin. My heart began to race as I traced the patterns with my finger. I couldn't explain it, but the coin felt ... significant. It felt like a part of something larger, something ancient, and suddenly the peaceful garden that had always been a place of refuge now seemed like it was hiding a secret. I placed the coin back in my drawer and tried to forget about it, but that wasn't so easy. Each time I went back to the garden, the memory of finding it lingered. The strange, heavy feeling stayed with me, as though the garden had become a place not just of beauty, but of mystery. And every morning since that day, I still walk through the garden, looking for the glimmer of the coin, but it's never there. It was as if the garden had reclaimed it, swallowed it back into the earth, hiding the secret once again. Yet, each time I walk past the tree, I can't shake the feeling that the garden is watching me, waiting. For what, I don't know, but I am certain of one thing. Some things, once discovered, are never truly forgotten. The garden, once my sanctuary, had revealed a secret, a hidden truth buried deep beneath its peaceful surface, waiting for someone to find it. It was early one morning, around the end of June, just after the summer solstice. The garden had already begun to stir, the air thick with the scent of roses and fresh grass. The sky was painted with the soft pastel hues of dawn as the first rays of sunlight spilled over the horizon. The serenity of the place, as always, made it feel like I had stepped into another world, one where time seemed to stand still. I had been visiting this garden for years. It was my haven, a place where I could disconnect from the stress and noise of the outside world. On this particular morning, though, something felt different. It wasn't just the peaceful stillness that surrounded MIT. It was as though the garden itself was hiding something I hadn't noticed before. As I wandered along the usual path, letting my fingers graze over the wildflowers that grew beside it, I noticed an odd sensation. The air felt heavier here today, as though the garden was waiting for something. There was a subtle unease that crept along the edges of my mind, but I couldn't quite place it. Maybe it was just the weariness from the week, or the lingering thoughts that had been swirling in my head. I had been under pressure at work, and I had hoped that this walk would provide the escape I needed. I kept walking, my boots crunching softly against the gravel, until I reached the old oak tree, where I usually paused to take in the view. But today, my eyes were drawn elsewhere. To my left, nestled between two large bushes, I noticed a slight disturbance in the thick wall of ivy that draped over the garden's stone walls. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but there was something about it that caught my attention. The vines seemed to part just enough to reveal a narrow path, a path I was sure hadn't been there before. I stopped in my tracks, my heart beating a little faster now. The entrance was so subtle, hidden beneath the creeping vines that had overtaken the area. I had walked this way countless times, and I would have sworn I had never seen this path before. It was as if the garden had decided to unveil it to me, to beckon me deeper into its mysteries. A strange feeling washed over me as I stood there, staring at the opening. It was almost as if the garden itself was inviting me, urging me to explore further. But why hadn't I noticed this before? Why now? I hesitated for a moment, standing at the entrance of the path. The sun had fully risen now, and the garden was bathed in the soft golden light of the early morning. The air was still, save for the gentle rustling of the leaves. Everything was quiet. So quiet, in fact, that I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I had walked this garden for years. I knew it like the back of my hand. Yet, here was something new, something hidden away, waiting to be discovered. I felt both a pull and a sense of caution. Should I explore it? Was this path even meant to be found? But curiosity won out. I took a step forward, brushing aside the vines that hung down like a curtain. As soon as I did, I felt a strange shift in the atmosphere. The air, which had been warm and pleasant just moments ago, seemed cooler now, as though the path led into another world. I continued down the narrow path, the dense undergrowth crunching beneath my feet as I pushed through the thick greenery. The trees on either side grew taller, their branches arching above me to form a canopy, blocking out the bright morning sun. It was as if the light struggled to pierce through the foliage, leaving the path dim and shadowed. With each step, I felt the weight of the silence. It was deeper here, more intense than before. I could hear my breath, the soft sound of my steps, but nothing else. No birds singing, no rustling of leaves in the breeze. Just the sound of my own presence in this secluded corner of the garden. The path wound its way deeper, the vines growing thicker, until I was completely surrounded by shadows. For a moment, I considered turning back, but something urged me forward. A strange pull, like a whisper on the edge of my thoughts, encouraging me to see where this path led. And then, just as I rounded a bend in the path, I saw it. At the end of the path stood a large stone arch, covered in moss and ivy, with a rusted iron gate that appeared to lead nowhere. The gate was partially open, as if inviting me to step through, but the eerie stillness of the place made me pause once more. There was no sign of life, here no animals, no sounds. Just the heavy, damp air and the faint smell of earth and decay. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. Should I go further? What lay beyond that gate? The uncertainty gnawed at me, but my curiosity, as always, was stronger than my fear. I stepped forward, my hand reaching for the cold iron gate. As I touched it, I felt a shiver run through me, a sudden, inexplicable coldness that made my skin tingle. I hesitated, but then the gate creaked open on its own, as though it had been waiting for me to come closer. Beyond the gate, the garden continued, but it was different. The air was heavier, more oppressive, and the light seemed to fade even more as I stepped forward. The trees here were older, their trunks twisted and gnarled, the branches hanging low, as if they were reaching for the ground. The flowers that grew along the edges of the path were darker, their petals withered, and their colors muted. The garden had changed. It was still beautiful, in a way, but it was also unsettling. There was something ancient and forgotten here. Something that had been buried beneath the earth for years, waiting to be uncovered. I felt as if I had crossed into a different realm, a place where the passage of time was no longer linear. And then, as I looked around, I realized something. The path I had followed was now gone. The vines had already begun to close in, obscuring the entrance I had come through. I was trapped. Panic gripped me, but before I could react, I heard a sound, a rustling from deep within the garden, followed by a faint whisper, so soft, so distant, that it could have been my imagination. But it wasn't. I wasn't alone. The air grew colder still, and the shadows seemed to lengthen, stretching out like fingers reaching for me. I felt the weight of something watching me, lurking just beyond the edge of the trees, hidden in the dark recesses of the garden. I turned quickly, my heart pounding, but when I looked back, the gate was gone. The path had vanished completely. There was no way out, and as the garden closed in around me, I realized I had crossed a threshold I couldn't undo, a threshold into a world that had always been here, just beyond my sight. The morning light had barely touched the earth when I stepped into the garden. The sun, still low on the horizon, painted the sky in soft shades of pink and gold, and the world around me was quiet, save for the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. It was a typical early morning, peaceful and still, just the way I liked it. The serenity of the garden always had a way of soothing my mind, especially on days when the weight of the world seemed too much to bear. I had been visiting this garden for what felt like years, but on this particular morning there was something different. As I wandered down the familiar path lined with wildflowers, a rich, familiar scent filled the air. Lavender. The fragrance was overwhelming, thick and sweet, and for a moment it made me pause in my tracks. It was always present in the garden, a constant, comforting reminder of the beauty that thrived here. But today, the scent felt stronger, more vibrant, as if the lavender itself had somehow deepened overnight. But it wasn't just lavender that I smelled. No, there was something else, something unfamiliar, yet strangely comforting. Earthy, sweet, and almost nostalgic, the new scent lingered in the air, curling into my senses like a forgotten memory, something I couldn't quite place. It tugged at the corners of my mind, urging me to remember, to grasp at the fragments of an old, distant memory that seemed just beyond reach. I inhaled deeply, the fragrance filling my lungs, and for a brief moment, I felt as though I had been transported somewhere else. The world around me seemed to blur, and I was taken back to a time long past, to a place that no longer existed. The memory was fleeting, like the last remnants of a dream, but it left behind an unsettling feeling, a sense of loss. I looked around the garden, feeling the weight of the moment settle over me. The path I walked on was familiar, yes, but it felt different today. The flowers seemed brighter, the colors more intense, and yet there was an undercurrent of something else, something that couldn't be explained. I felt as though the garden was alive, not just with the beauty of nature, but with a presence, a spirit that lingered just out of sight. As I continued down the path, the fragrance of lavender grew stronger, but the other scent lingered, too, clinging to the air like a ghost. It was as though the earth itself was whispering to me, sharing its secrets, its forgotten stories. The more I breathed in, the more the scent seemed to stir memories I didn't even know I had. I passed a large stone fountain, its water flowing gently, and paused to listen. The sound of the water was soothing, calming, but the silence around it felt different. There was a quiet hum in the air, a soft vibration that seemed to pulse with life. It was as if the garden was breathing with me, its rhythm matching mine. I bent down to smell the lavender, its delicate purple blossoms swaying gently in the breeze. But as my nose brushed against the flowers, the scent changed again. It deepened, became richer, more layered. The familiar lavender fragrance mixed with that strange, nostalgic scent, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. It was as if the garden itself was trying to tell me something I was not yet ready to understand. Suddenly, a soft rustling broke the silence, a faint sound that made me look around. My heart skipped a beat as I scanned the garden. Nothing seemed out of place. The flowers bloomed peacefully, the trees swayed gently in the breeze. But that rustling sound, it had come from the bushes behind me. I turned quickly, but there was no one there. I frowned, my mind racing. It was probably just a bird or a squirrel, I thought. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that something was watching me just out of sight. The scent in the air seemed to grow heavier, pressing in on me, and I felt a sudden chill creep over my skin. I shook my head, trying to push away the unease that had settled in my chest. It was just my imagination, I told myself. The garden was peaceful, a place of tranquility. There was nothing to fear here. And yet, as I stood there, I couldn't ignore the fact that the lavender and the unfamiliar scent had somehow changed the atmosphere of the garden. It felt alive, more alive than it had ever felt before. The garden had always been a place of comfort, a refuge from the chaos of the world, but today there was something more, something hidden just beneath the surface, like a secret waiting to be uncovered. I continued walking, but the path seemed longer now, as though the garden was stretching out before me, its corners shifting and changing. The scent was all around me, wrapping itself around me like a veil. It was almost as if the garden itself was urging me forward, beckoning me deeper into its heart. And then I saw it. At the edge of the path, where the lavender grew thickest, there was a small stone. It was unusual, with strange markings carved into its surface. I bent down to examine it, the scent of lavender and earth swirling around me. As I touched the stone, I felt a strange vibration beneath my fingers, a subtle hum that seemed to resonate deep within my chest. I pulled my hand away quickly, feeling a sudden sense of unease wash over me. What was this? Why had I never noticed it before? The air around me felt thick, heavy, as though the garden itself was holding its breath. The scent of lavender, once comforting, now seemed to carry with it a deeper meaning, a warning perhaps. The other scent, the one that tugged at my memory, grew stronger, almost suffocating. I stood there for a moment, uncertain of what to do. The garden, once a place of peace, now felt like a mystery I wasn't sure I was ready to solve. But something deep within me told me to keep going, to keep exploring, to uncover whatever it was that lay hidden in this garden. With a deep breath, I turned away from the stone and continued down the path. The lavender swayed gently in the breeze, and the scent of that strange, nostalgic fragrance lingered, wrapping around me like an old, forgotten dream. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that the garden was changing, that it was becoming something else, something more than just a peaceful haven. There was something alive here, something ancient, something that had been waiting for me. I didn't know what it was, but I was beginning to understand that the garden, like the scent of lavender and something else, had its secrets I was only just beginning to uncover. And as I walked deeper into its heart, I couldn't help but wonder if I was ready for whatever it might reveal. The sun was beginning to rise higher in the sky, casting soft beams of golden light over the garden. It was a peaceful morning, the kind I had come to cherish in this place. The scent of lavender still lingered in the air, its sweetness mixing with the fresh, earthy aroma of dew-kissed grass. The garden was bathed in the calm warmth of the early day, each flower and tree standing in perfect harmony with the world around them. I had spent many mornings here, walking through the garden's quiet paths, finding solace in the beauty of nature. But this morning, something felt different. It wasn't a dramatic change, nothing that would make you stop in your tracks, but a subtle shift. It was almost as if the garden itself had become more alive, as though it was aware of my presence in a way it never had been before. I couldn't quite explain it, but the air felt charged, like there was something just beyond my reach, something waiting. I took a deep breath, enjoying the familiar serenity that the garden offered. But my thoughts kept drifting back to that feeling of unease, that strange awareness in the air. I walked slowly, taking in the sights and sounds around me, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the distant song of a bird perched on a high branch, the soft buzz of bees moving from one flower to the next. Everything felt natural, but there was still something more hidden beneath the surface. I paused by a patch of daisies, their delicate white petals trembling in the breeze. As I knelt to admire their simple beauty, something brushed against my hand, so soft that it was almost imperceptible at first. It felt like a feather-light touch, like the gentle caress of a flower petal grazing my skin. At first, I thought it was just the wind. Perhaps a delicate petal had broken free from a nearby bloom and drifted over to me. But when I looked, there were no petals floating nearby. No breeze strong enough to carry such a soft touch. The feeling lingered, a faint, delicate sensation that made my skin tingle. I could still feel it, even after I moved my hand away. It was as though something unseen had reached out to me, an invisible presence brushing against me in a way that felt intimate, almost familiar. I felt a shiver run down my spine. The feeling was gentle, but there was an unspoken message within it, something I couldn't quite grasp. It was as if the touch, though delicate, was a reminder that this garden was more than just a peaceful retreat. It was a space where the boundaries between the seen and unseen seemed to blur, a place where nature itself carried its own secrets, waiting to be discovered. As I slowly stood up, I glanced around, half expecting to see someone there. The dawn had barely broken, the soft pink and orange hues of the morning sky casting a gentle glow across the garden. I was there again, as I often was, standing in the middle of the stillness, taking in the peace that only the early hours could provide. The world seemed to be holding its breath, and for a moment it felt as though time itself had paused to let this brief moment of serenity linger. The garden, my sanctuary, was alive in its own subtle way. I continued walking, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of grass beneath me. The touch on my hand kept replaying in my mind, like a whisper from the garden itself, urging me to listen, to understand. What did it mean? I came to a small bench, nestled beneath a large oak tree. It was a place I often stopped to rest, a quiet corner where I could gather my thoughts. But today, as I sat down, the air around me seemed heavier, as if the garden was pressing in on me from all sides. The scent of lavender was still present, but it now had an underlying note to it, a darker, earthier tone that seemed to match the strange feeling in my chest. The touch I had felt on my hand lingered, its memory still fresh. I closed my eyes, trying to quiet the thoughts that were beginning to spiral. The garden had always been a place of comfort, of peace, but today it felt different. The very air around me seemed alive with energy, like the garden was breathing, watching, waiting. I opened my eyes and turned my head, half expecting to see something behind me, but there was nothing. The space around me was as it always had been, still, tranquil and beautiful. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, something small and subtle, but undeniable. Then, as I sat there, Trying to calm my racing thoughts, the touch came again. It was soft, like the brush of a flower petal against my hand, but this time it was stronger, more deliberate. It wasn't the wind, and there were no petals nearby. The sensation was unmistakable, as though someone or something was reaching out to me, sending a message through that delicate, invisible touch. My heart skipped a beat. This time, the feeling wasn't just gentle, it was urgent. It felt as though the garden itself was trying to tell me something I wasn't fully understanding. Something that was hidden in the very fabric of this place. The garden had always been a refuge, a place where I could escape the noise of the world. But now, it felt like more than that. It felt like a threshold, a space where the boundaries between the living and the dead, the known and the unknown, were thinner than I had ever realized. I stood up, my legs trembling slightly beneath me. The touch on my hand had left a lingering warmth, a strange comfort, but also a sense of unease. I took a few slow steps forward, moving away from the bench and deeper into the garden. The path seemed to stretch out before me, winding through the thickening foliage. Each step felt heavier, like I was being drawn deeper into the heart of the garden, into whatever secret it held. The lavender scent mixed with the strange, earthy fragrance once again, and the breeze picked up, rustling the leaves above me. The garden, once so familiar, now felt like a place of mystery, as if it was hiding something just beyond my reach, something waiting to be discovered. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that the delicate touch on my hand had been more than just a sensation. It was a sign, a call. The garden wasn't simply a place of beauty. It was a place of connection, a place where someone was trying to reach out to me. I stopped once again, standing at the edge of a small clearing. The sun had risen fully now, and the garden was bathed in the golden light of the morning. But today, as I sat down, the air around me seemed heavier, as if the garden was pressing in on me from all sides. The scent of lavender was still present, but it now had an underlying note to it, a darker, earthier tone that seemed to match the strange feeling in my chest. The garden had become more than just a place of refuge. It had become a place where secrets were waiting to be uncovered, where something deeper and more mysterious was calling me forward, step by step. And no matter how much I tried to ignore it, I couldn't shake the feeling that the garden wasn't just alive, it was watching, waiting for me to understand. The dawn had barely broken, the soft pink and orange hues of the morning sky casting a gentle glow across the garden. I was there again, as I often was, standing in the middle of the stillness, taking in the peace that only the early hours could provide. The world seemed to be holding its breath, and for a moment it felt as though time itself had paused to let this brief moment of serenity linger. The garden, my sanctuary, was alive in its own subtle way. The scent of lavender, rich and earthy, hung in the air, mixing with the fresh dampness of dew on the grass. The soft hum of life seemed to float around meabies, buzzing lazily from flower to flower, leaves rustling gently in the breeze, and birds starting to call to each other from the branches above. Everything felt in place, harmonious, as though nature had orchestrated this moment for me, just for me. I breathed deeply, my mind quieting as I absorbed the tranquility of it all. But as I stood there, eyes closed for a brief moment of reflection, I felt something fluttering near me, a soft, delicate movement, almost like a whisper in the air. My eyes snapped open just in time to catch sight of the butterfly. It was beautiful, unlike any butterfly I had ever seen before. Its wings shimmered in the soft morning light, iridescent shades of blue, purple, and gold flashing in the air as it fluttered gently nearby. The colors seemed to ripple across its wings like liquid, each movement more mesmerizing than the last. It floated near me for a few seconds, hovering delicately, and I couldn't help but feel drawn to it, as if it were offering something, a message, a connection, though I wasn't sure what it was. I stood still, afraid that any sudden movement might disturb the fragile moment. The butterfly drifted effortlessly through the air, its wings beating with a rhythm that felt almost too peaceful to be real. It was a moment of such pure beauty, the kind of thing you would want to remember forever. In that instant, nothing else mattered. No worries, no thoughts. Just the quiet flutter of wings and the sense of calm that filled the space around me. Then, without warning, it landed. Its delicate legs touched down on a nearby flower, a soft pink bloom, its petals slightly open to the morning sun. The butterfly settled, resting for a moment, its wings slowly folding against its back. It was as if the entire garden had taken a collective breath, waiting for something, anything, to break the silence. But nothing did. I watched the butterfly closely, marveling at how it seemed so at peace in that moment, so perfectly in tune with the world around it. I could feel the stillness in my own body, the serenity of the garden seeping deep into my soul. It was a moment so simple, so fleeting, yet it carried a weight that was difficult to explain. But the flower, like everything else, had resumed its place in the garden's quiet routine. Life continued, as it always did, even in the aftermath of something beautiful and transient. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The garden felt different now, not in a dramatic way, but in a subtle, almost imperceptible way. As if the very air around me had shifted, carrying with it the memory of the butterfly's wings. The moment had passed, leaving only the soft hum of the garden behind it. The stillness that had settled in after its departure felt deeper somehow, as though the air had thickened with the weight of that brief encounter. It wasn't a feeling of sadness, exactly, but there was something poignant about the way the butterfly had disappeared, so quietly, so suddenly. It was as if it had never truly belonged to this world, just passing through it for a brief moment before vanishing into the ether. Its presence had been a reminder of the fragility of life, of how fleeting beauty could be, and how we often fail to notice it until it is gone. I walked over to the flower where the butterfly had been, my fingers brushing the soft petals. The bloom was still there, untouched, its delicate form holding the memory of the butterfly's visit. But the flower, like everything else, had resumed its place in the garden's quiet routine. Life continued, as it always did, even in the aftermath of something beautiful and transient. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The garden felt different now, not in a dramatic way, but in a subtle, almost imperceptible way, as if the very air around me had shifted, carrying with it the memory of the butterfly's wings. I stood there for a while longer, letting the peace of the moment settle into my bones. But I knew that the silence now felt heavier somehow. The rest of the morning passed in its usual rhythm. The birds continued to sing, the bees buzzed lazily between flowers, and the sun climbed higher into the sky. But that single moment, that brief encounter with the butterfly, stayed with me. It was a reminder of something I couldn't quite name, a truth that was both beautiful and unsettling at the same time. I watched the butterfly closely, marveling at how it seemed so at peace in that moment, so perfectly in tune with the world around it. I could feel the stillness in my own body, the serenity of the garden seeping deep into my soul. It was a moment so simple, so fleeting, yet it carried a weight that was difficult to explain. My fingers brushed over the edges of the plaque, and a strange feeling washed over me, like I was touching something that belonged to another time, another place. The stone was cold to the touch, but there was warmth in the air around it. A feeling that seemed to pulse gently, like the heartbeat of the garden itself. I knelt down to get a better look at the plaque. It had once been inscribed with words, but time had worn them away, leaving only faint impressions that seemed to slip from my memory as soon as I tried to focus on them. The more I stared at the heart-shaped stone, the more I felt a sense of unease, like something was stirring beneath the surface of the earth, something old and forgotten. I didn't know what had brought me here, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this plaque held a secret, a memory lost to time but not entirely gone. I stood there for a while, my hand resting gently on the stone, as if waiting for something to happen. The birds were silent, and the wind had stilled. The only sound was the soft rustling of the ivy as it swayed in the still air. And then, just as I was about to stand and leave, I heard something. It was faint at first, just a whisper, but it grew clearer, like a soft sigh carried by the wind. My heart skipped, and I glanced around, half expecting someone to be there, but there was no one, just the garden stretching out before me in its peaceful solitude. And I, in my own quiet way, had listened. In the years to come, the garden would continue to bloom, and the stone plaque would remain hidden beneath the vines. But whenever I walked there, I would remember the hidden heart that pulsed quietly beneath the earth, waiting to be found. And perhaps, just perhaps, it would continue to share its secrets with those who were willing to listen, who were willing to see beyond the surface of the world and into its hidden, forgotten places. It was then that I realized something. This wasn't just a forgotten plaque or a simple object left behind by time. It was part of the garden's story, part of something deeper, something older than the flowers that bloomed and the trees that stood tall. It had been here long before I had arrived, and it would be here long after I was gone. I didn't know why, but the plaque seemed to hold a part of the garden's soul. I could feel it in my bones, like a whisper from the past that had been waiting for me to uncover it. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the warmth of the garden wash over me, and in that stillness, I thought I heard something else. A soft, faint laugh, almost like a memory slipping through the cracks of time, one that had been buried beneath layers of ivy and stone. I opened my eyes, and for a brief moment, I could have sworn I saw something shimmering in the air, just beyond the reach of my vision. But when I blinked, it was gone, and the garden was still once again. The moment passed, leaving behind only the quiet hum of life in the garden. I took a step back, leaving the stone plaque where it lay, but the feeling didn't leave me. As I turned to leave the corner of the garden, I glanced back one last time. The ivy seemed to sway slightly, as though acknowledging something, and the faintest trace of the unfamiliar scent filled the air once more earthy, sweet and nostalgic, like a memory that had been forgotten, but was now slowly returning to the surface. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn back to that hidden corner of the garden. The stone heart-shaped plaque remained where I had left it, and though I couldn't explain it, I felt a strange sense of peace every time I stood near it. The garden had always been a place of solace for me, but now it seemed as if the garden was sharing something with me, something it had kept hidden for so long. I never did uncover the full story of that stone heart, nor did I fully understand the feeling it stirred within me. But I knew, deep down, that some stories were meant to stay hidden, tucked away in the quiet corners of the world. And the garden, with its secret heart, had given me a glimpse into one of those stories. Each morning, as the sun rose and the birds began their songs, I would walk through the garden, feeling the weight of the earth beneath my feet and the gentle pull of the hidden heart. The garden, I realized, wasn't just a place, it was a living, breathing thing, with its own memories and its own soul. waiting for someone to listen. And I, in my own quiet way, had listened. In the years to come, the garden would continue to bloom, and the stone plaque would remain hidden beneath the vines. But whenever I walked there, I would remember the hidden heart that pulsed quietly beneath the earth, waiting to be found. And perhaps, just perhaps, it would continue to share its secrets with those who were willing to listen, who were willing to see beyond the surface of the world and into its hidden, forgotten places. It was a keeper of memories, a silent witness to lives that had come and gone, to moments that had been lived and forgotten. The sigh, now almost imperceptible, felt like a call from the past, a reminder that nothing in this world was truly gone. I had visited this garden every morning for years, yet today something felt strange, as though I was no longer alone. At first, I couldn't place it. Perhaps it was just the stillness that came with the early hours, or the softness of the light playing tricks on my eyes. But then I heard it. A sigh. It wasn't loud or dramatic. No, it was faint, barely noticeable, like a breath escaping through the cracks of time. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the breeze didn't feel like it had passed through my body. It was different, more intimate, like it was meant for someone else, someone who had walked here long before me. I stood still, heart pounding, listening to the soft rustle of leaves that followed, almost like the wind was carrying something heavy, something that belonged to the past. I couldn't explain it. The sigh wasn't just a sound. It felt like a presence, a memory that had slipped into the garden unnoticed. I looked around, half expecting to see someone standing in the distance, but there was no one. The garden, as it always did, stood still, bathed in the soft morning light. But the sigh, it lingered. It was as though the garden itself was holding its breath, waiting for something, or perhaps someone. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself that it was just the wind, that it was nothing. But even as I walked deeper into the garden, the sense of someone being present stayed with me. I walked past the fountain, its gentle trickle of water filling the silence, and then along the path lined with lavender, which filled the air with its calming fragrance. Yet even as the familiar sights and sounds of the garden embraced me, that sigh remained. It echoed softly in my mind, as though it was trying to tell me something. But what? As I turned a corner near the old oak tree, I felt it again. A presence, a heaviness in the air. My breath caught in my throat, and I paused, looking around. The garden was still, yet there was a certain tension in the air that I couldn't ignore. My eyes darted to the stone bench, where I had sat countless times, but today, it felt different, like something had changed, something subtle, yet significant. I took a deep breath, the scent of lavender mixing with the earthy undertones that now seemed stronger, more pronounced. And then, just as I started to move again, I heard the sigh once more, but this time it felt different, closer, more distinct. It wasn't just a whisper of the wind. It was a sigh that seemed to rise from the very heart of the garden, carrying with it a sense of longing, a quiet sadness that touched something deep within me. I stopped in my tracks. The garden, so full of life and light, now felt heavier, as though it was holding a secret that it was afraid to reveal. I could almost feel the weight of the sigh pressing against my chest. It wasn't the sigh of the wind, it was the sigh of someone who had once walked here and was now gone. There was no explanation for it, no logical reason why I should feel so unsettled, so drawn to this place. But the more I stood there, the more I realized that this garden, this peaceful, tranquil garden, was not just a place of beauty and calm. It was a keeper of memories, a silent witness to lives that had come and gone, to moments that had been lived and forgotten. The sigh, now almost imperceptible, felt like a call from the past, a reminder that nothing in this world was truly gone. The memories of those who had walked here before me, their laughter, their tears still lingered in the air, waiting to be remembered. I couldn't explain why, but I felt the weight of that sigh in my bones, as though it was speaking to something deep inside me, something I hadn't fully understood. The garden had always been a place of peace for me, but today I realized that it was more than that. It was a place where time itself seemed to fold in on itself, where the past and present mingled in a delicate dance. But even as I walked deeper into the garden, the sense of someone being present stayed with me. I walked past the fountain, its gentle trickle of water filling the silence, and then along the path lined with lavender, which filled the air with its calming fragrance. Yet even as the familiar sights and sounds of the garden embraced me, that sigh remained. It echoed softly in my mind, as though it was trying to tell me something. But what? As I turned a corner near the old oak tree, I felt it again. As the minutes passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer alone in the garden. The breeze, gentle and cool, rustled the leaves above me, but there was something else, something I couldn't quite place. It was as though the garden itself was alive, aware of my presence, as though it held memories that were older than time itself. I thought about the face again, the familiar eyes, the gentle smile. I wondered who it had been, why I had seen it, and why it had appeared so suddenly, so unexpectedly. It wasn't just a face from my past, it was something more, something that felt like a forgotten part of me, a connection that had been severed long ago, but was now trying to find its way back. I stood up again, the weight of the moment pressing heavily on my chest. The air seemed thicker now, as though the garden was holding its breath once more. I took a few steps away from the pond, my eyes scanning the garden as I walked. The familiar sights, the stone path, the old oak tree, the bed of lavender felt different now, as though they had changed in some subtle way. The peace I had always found here was gone, replaced by an undercurrent of unease, of things left unsaid. As I reached the edge of the garden, I turned to take one last look. The pond still shimmered in the morning light, its surface now calm and unbroken. I could no longer see the face in the water, but I knew, deep down, that it had been real. It had been a glimpse of someone important, a moment of connection that had slipped through the cracks of time and memory. And as I walked away, the quiet whisper of the garden seemed to follow me, as if it were trying to tell me something I wasn't quite ready to understand. But even as I left, the image of that familiar face stayed with me, its memory lingering in my mind like a dream I couldn't shake, a reminder that sometimes the past has a way of reaching out to us, no matter how far we try to run from it. It was a morning like any other, yet there was something about the garden that felt different today. The sun had just begun to peek over the horizon, casting soft golden light across the dew-covered grass. The air was still, filled with that quiet sense of dawn, when everything in the world feels suspended like time itself is holding its breath. I loved this time of day. There was peace here, a kind of serenity that grounded me, especially in the early hours before the world started moving again. I stepped into the garden, my bare feet grazing the cool earth as I walked along the familiar stone path. The lavender bushes were in full bloom, their scent sweet and calming, and the old oak tree stood strong at the far edge, its gnarled branches stretching into the sky. But today, there was something new, a presence, subtle yet unmistakable. As I walked further, I noticed it a single dandelion, floating lazily on the breeze, carried effortlessly through the air. It was as if the wind had chosen it, guiding it gently over the garden, its delicate seeds fluttering in the soft morning light. I stopped for a moment to watch, mesmerized by the beauty of it. The dandelion danced in the air, spinning as if it had a destination in mind, its white fluff glowing in the sun. It drifted toward the small pond near the center of the garden, landing softly near the water's edge, its seeds floating around it like 1,000 tiny wishes. I felt a pull in my chest, longing, a quiet yearning that I couldn't explain. I knelt down beside the pond, my fingers brushing the cool, smooth surface of the water as I stared at the dandelion, watching the ripples form where the seeds had landed. There was something in the air today's, something heavy, like a forgotten memory waiting to be remembered. I couldn't shake the feeling that the garden was trying to tell me something that had been lost for a long time. The dandelion, with its fragile seeds scattered around it, felt like a message, as though it carried with it a wish that had been made long ago. The sun had just begun to peek over the horizon, casting soft golden light across the dew-covered grass. The air was still, filled with that quiet sense of dawn, when everything in the world feels suspended like time itself is holding its breath. The words left my lips almost like a prayer, and as soon as they did, I felt a strange warmth wash over me, as though the garden had heard, as though it had understood. The dandelion, now surrounded by the soft ripples of water, swayed in the breeze, its seeds gently scattering across the surface of the pond. A part of me felt a sense of peace in that moment, as though the wish had been heard, even if it couldn't be granted. But there was another part of me, deep down, that felt the weight of the longing, the ache of something lost that could never truly be found again. I stayed by the pond for what felt like hours, watching the dandelion seeds float away, carried by the wind. The world around me seemed to fade, the sounds of the garden becoming a distant hum. It was as though time itself had slowed, allowing me to stay in that moment of quiet reflection. The wish I had made so simple, so heartfelt felt like it had taken root in the garden, like it had become a part of the earth itself. But as the morning light grew brighter, I knew I couldn't stay there forever. The world was waiting, and I had to return to it. I stood up, my heart heavy with the weight of my thoughts, and took one last look at the pond. The dandelion, now nothing more than a memory, had been carried away by the wind, its seeds scattered across the water, lost to the current. I walked back along the path, my footsteps soft against the earth, but the feeling of longing stayed with me. The garden, as peaceful and beautiful as it was, had also become a place of unspoken things that I couldn't quite grasp, memories and emotions that were just out of reach. It was as if the garden held not only the beauty of nature, but also the weight of time itself, the quiet ache of things lost and wishes unfulfilled. As I left the garden, I couldn't help but glance back one last time, the image of the dandelion drifting across the pond lingering in my mind. There was a peace in that moment, a quiet acceptance of things that had passed, and things that were still to come. It was as though the garden had whispered its secrets to me, its quiet sighs carrying the weight of all the unspoken wishes that had been made over the years. And as I walked away, I carried that wish with me, tucked deep inside my heart, knowing that some things are meant to be left in the garden, like dandelions, carried on the wind, fragile, fleeting, and full of longing for something lost. The first light of dawn crept across the garden, bathing everything in a soft, golden hue. I stepped out quietly, the air still cool against my skin, and began my usual walk down the familiar path. The garden always felt different in the early hours, as if the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. The soft rustling of leaves, the gentle movement of flowers swaying in the breeze, it was all so peaceful, so comforting. But this morning was different. As I walked past the lavender, their purple flowers still heavy with dew, I heard it a soft whistle. It wasn't the wind, not exactly. It was more like a sound carried by the wind, but with an almost purposeful quality to it. The sound was high-pitched at first, and then it softened, rolling through the trees, weaving between the leaves, as if someone or something was calling to me. I stopped in my tracks, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. It wasn't loud, not at all. In fact, it was barely audible, but it was there, and it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The trees, the bushes, the flowers, they all seemed to stir in response, like they recognized the sound, like they were waiting for it. It was as though the whistle was a part of the garden itself, an echo of something ancient. I took a deep breath, trying to convince myself that it was just the wind playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The air felt different, charged, as though the garden itself was alive with some hidden energy. I felt a strange compulsion to follow the sound, to find where it was coming from, even though I couldn't explain why. I walked slowly, my feet barely making a sound on the soft earth. And as I moved deeper into the garden, the whistle grew slightly louder, but still faint, still elusive. There was an old oak tree at the heart of the garden, a towering presence that had been here longer than I could remember. I had spent many mornings sitting beneath its wide branches, letting the quiet envelop me. But today, something felt off about it. The tree seemed to loom larger, its twisted limbs stretching out toward me, almost as if reaching for me. And there, just beneath the tree, was where the sound seemed to grow stronger. The whistle echoed again, this time clear and unmistakable, like a soft lullaby carried on the wind. But it wasn't a comforting sound, not at all. It felt like something else, something that had been waiting. I stepped closer, the ground beneath my feet suddenly feeling uneven, like the earth itself was shifting beneath me. I glanced up at the oak tree, its bark gnarled and weathered by time. But it wasn't just the tree that caught my attention, it was what I saw next. A faint, shadowy movement flickered between the branches, something out of the corner of my eye. I stopped, frozen in place, my breath catching in my throat. The whistle sounded again, but this time it was different. It was quieter, more intimate, almost as if it was right beside me. I turned around, my heart racing in my chest. There was no one there, no person, no creature, just the whisper of the wind through the leaves. But the sound, the feeling it, was real. The garden, usually so still and comforting, now felt alive in a way I couldn't explain. The plants swayed, not with the wind, but with something else, something unseen, yet undeniable. I took a few cautious steps forward, drawn inexplicably toward the old oak tree. The whistle echoed once more, the air thick with its presence. As I reached the base of the tree, I felt a sudden warmth, as if the tree itself was alive, breathing with a rhythm of its own. My fingers brushed against the rough bark, and in that instant, the world seemed to blur around me. The whisper of the whistle faded, and in its place came a deeper, more resonant sound, like a soft murmur, almost a hum reverberating through the earth beneath me. I could feel it deep in my chest, a vibration that seemed to echo from the very roots of the tree. The ground felt alive, pulsing with energy, and the garden, the whole space, seemed to shift like it was responding to the sound, to the call. I couldn't explain it. It wasn't a wind. It wasn't an animal. There was something ancient here, something that had been woven into the fabric of the garden for years. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to center myself, to find some sense of reason in all of it. And then, as quickly as it had come, the sound stopped, The garden fell silent, the air still once more. When I opened my eyes, everything felt ... different. The garden didn't look any different, not in the usual sense. The flowers still bloomed, the trees still stood, and the soft morning light still bathed everything in its golden glow. But I felt something had shifted. Something had been revealed in that fleeting moment. The connection between the garden and the unseen world that lay just beyond the veil. I took a step back, the air feeling heavy around me. It was as if the garden itself had whispered its secret, just for a moment, and now it was waiting for me to leave, to move on. I stepped closer, the ground beneath my feet suddenly feeling uneven, like the earth itself was shifting beneath me. I glanced up at the oak tree, its bark gnarled and weathered by time. But it wasn't just the tree that caught my attention, it was what I saw next. The garden had whispered its secret, and I had heard it. Whether I wanted to or not, I would never forget the soft whistle through the trees. The morning air was crisp, a soft mist hanging in the corners of the garden, and I found myself walking deeper into the familiar, serene space. The path ahead seemed almost mystical this morning, as though the garden itself was inviting me to explore its hidden corners, places I'd never noticed before. The birds were still waking up, their calls faint in the distance, and the gentle breeze swirled the scent of lavender and fresh earth around me. It was one of those mornings where everything felt quiet, peaceful, and yet there was something about it that seemed a little ... off as I walked. My feet brushed against the soft grass, and the world seemed to slow down, the usual noises of life fading into the background. I walked past the old oak tree, its branches stretching into the sky like weathered arms reaching out to the heavens. The garden was still beautiful, its flowers in full bloom, but today it felt different. There was an odd stillness in the air, like something was waiting, something unspoken. I could feel it deep in my chest, a vibration that seemed to echo from the very roots of the tree. The ground felt alive, pulsing with energy, and the garden, the whole space, seemed to shift like it was responding to the sound, to the call. I couldn't explain it. It wasn't a wind. It wasn't an animal. There was something ancient here, something that had been woven into the fabric of the garden for years. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to center myself, to find some sense of reason in all of it. And then, as quickly as it had come, the sound stopped. The garden fell silent, the air still once more. When I opened my eyes, everything felt ... different. The garden didn't look any different, not in the usual sense. The flowers still bloomed, the trees still stood, and the soft morning light still bathed everything in its golden glow. But I felt something had shifted. Something had been revealed in that fleeting moment, the connection between the garden and the unseen world that lay just beyond the veil. I took a step back, the air feeling heavy around me. It was as if the garden itself had whispered its secret, just for a moment, and now it was waiting for me to leave, to move on. The scent of flowers grew heavier, the lavender a little more intense, and I felt a sudden ache in my chest, as though something long forgotten was being stirred within me. The song seemed to reach into me, pulling at old memories. Memories I couldn't quite grasp. Memories of things I hadn't known, I had forgotten. Something about it felt ... wrong. I couldn't explain it. But it was as if the book itself had a life of its own, whispering to me, urging me to open it. I shook off the odd feeling and carefully opened the pages. The music written inside was unlike anything I had ever seen. The notes seemed to dance on the paper, and as I scanned them, I could almost hear the melody in my mind, soft and sweet, like a lullaby from another time. The melody was strange, old, and haunting in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was almost like it was meant to be heard in the stillness of dawn, when the world was just beginning to wake. But there was something else too, something darker beneath the surface of the song. The first light of dawn painted the leaves in hues of amber and green, the stillness of the morning enveloping everything. I stood at the edge of the garden, just as I had done many mornings before, but today felt different. The air was thick with the scent of dew on grass and the earthy aroma of the soil. It was the kind of morning where everything seemed suspended in time, a place between the quiet of night and the bustle of day. I wasn't alone in the garden this morning. The scent of flowers grew heavier, the lavender a little more intense, and I felt a sudden ache in my chest, as though something long forgotten was being stirred within me. The song seemed to reach into me, pulling at old memories. Memories I couldn't quite grasp, memories of things I hadn't known, I had forgotten. The book's pages fluttered slightly, though there was no wind, and then I noticed something. The writing, beautifully scrawled in elegant script, was beginning to blur. The notes twisted and writhed, changing right before my eyes, as though they were alive. As though the songbook was no longer just a book. It had become something more, something ancient and powerful, with a presence that felt almost too much for me to bear. I quickly shut the book, the sudden silence crashing in like a wave. But the hum of the song lingered in my mind, vibrating deep within me. I stood there, trembling slightly, holding the book in my hands, as though it might slip away and disappear into the earth if I let go. The garden felt different, now darker, heavier, like something had been unleashed. The soft whistling of the wind had returned, but it no longer sounded like a breeze. It sounded almost like a voice, distant but insistent, as if calling me, beckoning me to stay. I took a deep breath and slowly walked back toward the pond, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me to do something, to open the songbook once more. But I didn't. I couldn't. The feeling of unease was too strong. The sense of being caught between two worlds, between what was real and what was not, too overwhelming. As I placed the book back in its hidden corner, beneath the thick vines, I felt as though I was closing a door on something important, something that had been waiting there for longer than I had known. I stood there for a moment, my breath slow and steady, trying to steady my racing thoughts. The songbook remained silent, its secrets locked away once more, but I knew deep in my bones that it was still there, still waiting. As I walked away, the garden seemed to breathe again, the air lightening, the birds returning to their songs, and the world returning to its usual calm. But a small part of me knew that I would never be the same. The forgotten songbook had called out to something deep within me, something buried. And though the garden was calm once more, I couldn't help but wonder, what would have happened if I had listened to its call? The thought lingered with me, the faintest echo of a melody, as I left the garden and stepped back into the world. The sun had just begun to rise, casting a soft, golden glow across the garden. The first light of dawn painted the leaves in hues of amber and green, the stillness of the morning enveloping everything. I stood at the edge of the garden, just as I had done many mornings before, but today felt different. The air was thick with the scent of dew on grass and the earthy aroma of the soil. It was the kind of morning where everything seemed suspended in time, a place between the quiet of night and the bustle of day. I wasn't alone in the garden this morning. I wasn't alone in the garden this morning. The garden keeper was there too. I had seen him countless times, always tending to the plants, the flowers, the trees, as though the garden was his life. His presence was so constant that it felt like he had always been there, a silent caretaker of this beautiful, serene space. His hands were worn, calloused from years of work, his back slightly bent with age, but there was a quiet grace about him, a wisdom in the way he moved, as though he knew every inch of the garden, every leaf and every petal, as if they were all part of him. Today, however, something felt off. I watched him from a distance as he knelt down by a patch of flowers, his fingers trembling slightly as he gently brushed the petals. The delicate touch of his hands seemed so out of place against the roughness of his skin. "I don't know how much longer I have here," he said quietly, almost to himself, "but I'll stay as long as I can. The garden needs me, and I need it too." He turned and walked slowly toward the far edge of the garden, his pace steady, but his steps heavy with the weight of his years. It was as if the garden had known it was coming, for the ground seemed to absorb the tear, the soil darkening just slightly, as if comforting him. I could feel the weight of the moment, the sadness that hung in the air like a thick fog. The garden keeper didn't seem to notice me watching, his focus entirely on the flowers before him, his gaze distant, lost in a world of his own. I took a step forward, my own heart heavy, though I couldn't explain why. It was as if the sorrow in the garden keeper's heart had reached me, like some invisible thread connecting us through the morning air. I wanted to say something, to ask if he was okay, but the words didn't come. What could I say? What could anyone say when someone carries such deep sorrow? Instead, I watched as he slowly stood up, wiping his hands on his worn gloves, his movements slow and deliberate, as though the weight of the world was pressing down on him. The tear had fallen, and yet the sadness remained, as though the garden itself held on to it. For a moment, I wondered if the garden had always been this way, if the beauty that surrounded us was somehow tied to the heartache that lingered beneath the surface. He glanced up then, his eyes meeting mine for the first time. His gaze was tired, but there was something else in it, too, something I couldn't quite place. It was as though he was carrying something inside of him, something he could never let go, something the garden had been holding for him all these years. He didn't speak, but the silence between us felt as loud as any words. The sorrow was palpable, thick in the air like the mist that hovered just above the ground. I took a step closer, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is everything all right?" The garden keeper didn't answer immediately. He stood there for a long time, staring down at the earth as if the soil itself held the answers. His hands shook slightly, but this time it wasn't from a jit, was something deeper. Finally, he spoke, his voice low, like the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. "This garden," he began, his words slow, deliberate, "has seen many things. It's witnessed joy, and it's witnessed loss. It's lived through laughter, and it's lived through tears." He paused, taking a deep breath. "I have spent my life here, caring for it, nurturing it, and in return, it's given me peace, ... But it's also taken something from me, something I can never get back." His voice cracked ever so slightly, and I could see the depth of the pain in his eyes. It was as if he had lived a lifetime of heartache, all of it rooted in this garden. The tears he had shed, the sorrow he had carried, were not just his own. They were intertwined with the very soil beneath our feet, with every petal that had ever bloomed and every leaf that had ever fallen. I didn't know what to say. Words felt inadequate in the face of such raw emotion. But then, the garden seemed to respond in its own way. The wind picked up, a soft breeze stirring the leaves, as if the trees themselves were whispering to him, comforting him. The flowers swayed gently, their petals dancing in the morning light, as if the earth was holding him in its embrace. He closed his eyes for a moment, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. though it was tinged with sadness. When he opened his eyes again, they seemed a little less burdened, as if the garden had whispered something to him, something only it could understand. "I don't know how much longer I have here," he said quietly, almost to himself, "but I'll stay as long as I can. The garden needs me, and I need it too." He turned and walked slowly toward the far edge of the garden, his pace steady, but his steps heavy with the weight of his years. I often admired the ivy for its resilience, how it seemed to cling to the very bones of the garden, but on this morning something caught my eye. A shape beneath the green leaves, something that didn't belong. Curiosity tugged at me, and I moved closer. The ivy was dense, and at first I couldn't make out what was hidden beneath it. But as I carefully pulled back the vines, a shape began to emerge. It was a statue woman, her figure gracefully carved from stone. I hadn't noticed it before, not in all my years of visiting this garden. It was almost as if it had appeared overnight, a forgotten relic uncovered by time. They were woven into the very fabric of the garden, just as the love and care he had given it had been. The garden held it all, every emotion, every memory, every moment that had ever passed through it. It was a place of peace, but also a place of mourning, a place where sorrow could be buried deep into the earth, where it could be cradled and comforted until it, too, became a part of the beauty that surrounded it. And so, I left the garden that morning, carrying with me the quiet understanding that sometimes, even in the most peaceful of places, there is sorrow. But in that sorrow, there is also healing, and perhaps, in time, even a kind of peace. The garden had always been a place of quiet solace for me. Every morning, as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, I would wander through the paths lined with flowers, past the ivy-clad trellises, and under the boughs of ancient trees. There was something peaceful about the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting long shadows on the ground. The scent of lavender and fresh earth seemed to fill the air, calming my restless thoughts. I could lose myself here for hours, letting the stillness of the garden wash away the worries of the world. But that morning was different. I had been coming to this garden for years, and yet there was something new, something hidden. It started when I was walking along the back corner of the garden, a part I hadn't ventured to in quite some time. The ivy had grown thick here, overtaking the old stone wall and climbing over everything in its path. I often admired the ivy for its resilience, how it seemed to cling to the very bones of the garden. But on this morning, something caught my eye. A shape beneath the green leaves, something that didn't belong. Curiosity tugged at me, and I moved closer. The ivy was dense, and at first, I couldn't make out what was hidden beneath it. But as I carefully pulled back the vines, a shape began to emerge. It was a statue woman, her figure gracefully carved from stone. I hadn't noticed it before, not in all my years of visiting this garden. It was almost as if it had appeared overnight, a forgotten relic uncovered by time. The statue stood about 5 feet tall, positioned as though it had been waiting for someone to notice it. Her posture was elegant, with one hand raised slightly, as though she were reaching for something, or perhaps waiting for something to come to her. But it was her face that made me stop in my tracks. Her expression was full of longing, her eyes cast downward as if searching for something lost, something hidden deep within the garden. There was a stillness to her, an air of quiet sorrow. It was as though she had been standing there for centuries, untouched by time, but with a story to tell if only someone would listen. I couldn't explain it, but there was something about the way her eyes seemed to follow me, as though she was aware of my presence. I felt a shiver run down my spine, an eerie sense that the statue was not merely a figure carved in stone, but something more alive, more present. I knelt down to get a closer look, brushing away the remaining ivy from her face and arms. The stone felt cold to the touch, but it was oddly comforting, as if the statue's presence was meant to calm the turmoil that had been brewing inside me for the past few days. The longer I stared at her, the more I became aware of the silence that surrounded us, broken only by the distant rustle of leaves in the wind. I was about to stand up and walk away, my mind racing with questions, when something strange happened. The wind picked up, swirling around the garden in sudden gusts, and the branches of the trees began to creak. And so, I left the garden that morning, carrying with me the quiet understanding that sometimes, even in the most peaceful of places, there is sorrow. But in that sorrow, there is also healing, and perhaps, in time, even a kind of peace. The garden had always been a place of quiet solace for me. Every morning, as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, I would wander through the paths lined with flowers, past the ivy-clad trellises, and under the boughs of ancient trees. But that morning was different. I had been coming to this garden for years, and yet there was something new, something hidden. It started when I was walking along the back corner of the garden, a part I hadn't ventured to in quite some time. The ivy had grown thick here, overtaking the old stone wall and climbing over everything in its path. The garden had always been a refuge for me. Early mornings, just as the first light of dawn began to stretch across the sky, were my favorite times to walk among the flowers and trees. The soft murmur of the breeze, the scent of fresh earth, the quiet peace, it was my escape from the chaos of the world. But that morning, something was different. It wasn't the garden that had changed. It was me, or at least, the way I was beginning to see it. It was still early, before the sun had fully risen, and I stood at the edge of the garden, looking out across the familiar paths. The flowers hadn't yet opened their petals, and the grass was still damp with dew. The only sounds were the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional chirp of a bird in the distance. But then I heard something else, something that shouldn't have been there. At first, I thought it was my imagination, a soft, measured sound, like footsteps, the kind you would hear if someone was walking slowly, deliberately, down a quiet path. But there was no one in sight. I looked around, half expecting to see someone walking toward me, but the garden was empty, silent, except for the wind and my own breath. The footsteps continued, soft, steady, and deliberate. I could hear them more clearly now, each step falling in perfect rhythm, as if someone was walking just out of sight, moving through the garden in the same direction I had been heading. A shiver ran down my spine. There was no one there. I would have seen them, wouldn't I? The paths were too narrow for anyone to walk unseen. Yet the sound grew louder, more distinct, as if the person was moving closer. My heart began to race, and a deep, inexplicable unease settled over me. I walked slowly, trying to pinpoint where the footsteps were coming from, but each time I turned, there was nothing. Just the garden, so quiet, so still, yet the sound was unmistakable. The footsteps were following me, slowly, deliberately, and always just a little bit behind. I felt a cold shiver in the air, the kind that has nothing to do with the temperature. It wasn't the morning chill or the dew on the grass. It was a present something nearby. The footsteps seemed to come from all directions now, echoing softly in the distance, lingering just beyond the trees and overgrown paths. It felt as though the entire garden was alive with them, like some unseen force was walking beside me. I stopped, standing still on the path. The footsteps stopped too. I held my breath, listening, waiting. The silence stretched on, but it was different now. thick with expectation, as if the garden itself was waiting for something to happen. I wasn't sure how much time passed. It could have been moments, or it could have been much longer. But then, as quietly as it had started, the sound of the footsteps faded. The garden returned to its usual peace, the breeze swaying the leaves gently as if nothing had happened. I blinked, trying to process what I had just experienced. My heart was still racing, but I found myself unable to shake the feeling that something or someone had been walking beside me, just out of reach. It was a strange, unsettling feeling, one that left me with a sense of being watched. But I couldn't understand why or by whom. The garden had always been my sanctuary, my place of solace, but now it felt different, as if it were holding some hidden secret one that I wasn't meant to uncover. I stood there for a long time, trying to calm my racing thoughts. The footsteps hadn't just been a trick of the wind or my imagination. They had been real, but where had they come from, and why had they stopped? I walked the paths again, but the calm I had once felt was gone. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch seemed to hold more weight, more meaning. It was as if the garden itself was holding its breath, waiting for something else to happen. And every time I stopped to listen, I could still hear the faintest echo of those footsteps, just barely audible in the distance. But when I turned, no one was there. Days passed, and though the garden remained as it always had, I couldn't shake the feeling of that lingering presence. The soft, deliberate footsteps followed me in my thoughts, reminding me that I was never truly alone. I found myself going back to the garden each day, trying to make sense of it, but the footsteps never returned in the same way. There was no visible person, no explanation for what I had heard. But still, I could feel them moving just out of sight, like shadows at the edge of my vision. I wanted to believe that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that the garden, in its quiet beauty, had simply unsettled me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The footsteps had been real, or at least they had felt real. It was as if something, or someone, was tied to this place, a part of it that I couldn't see but could always feel. A soft sound, like the rustle of fabric, followed by a faint sigh. It came from the shadows near the overgrown ivy-covered statue that had always stood quietly at the corner of the garden. My heart skipped a beat. I stopped, the chill still radiating through my skin, and turned toward the statue. The garden had always been a place of peace for me, but now it was something more, a place where the air itself seemed charged with the memories of something long forgotten. I would never be able to walk its paths in the same way again, knowing that, somewhere in the silence, I was never truly alone. And though the footsteps never returned in the same way, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were always there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be heard once more. And so I walked on, slowly, deliberately, listening, waiting, because in the garden at dawn there are always echoes of the past, whispers of things unseen, footsteps of those who came before. The morning had unfolded like so many others, slow, quiet, and full of the kind of peace only found in the early hours before the world fully wakes. The sun was just beginning to break over the horizon, casting a soft golden light across the garden. The air was cool, crisp with the scent of damp earth and dew-covered grass, and everything seemed to be in perfect harmony. Birds were just beginning to sing, their voices sweet and unhurried, and the flowers, still closed, seemed to be holding their breath in anticipation of the warmth that was about to come. But then something shifted. It was so subtle at first that I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. I had been walking along the narrow stone path that wound through the garden, my fingers brushing against the smooth leaves of the bushes. When I felt an icy sensation, like a cold hand brushing gently across my skin. It wasn't like the cool breeze that occasionally swept through the garden, bringing with it the promise of relief. No, this was different. It was sharp and sudden, and for a moment, I froze. I looked around, expecting to see someone, perhaps a neighbor walking by or a passerby who had ventured into the garden. But no one was there. The path was empty, the trees were still, and the only movement came from the light swaying of the grass as the wind picked up slightly. I continued walking, trying to dismiss the unease that was beginning to settle deep in my chest. But the chill lingered. It was like an echo of something cold, something that didn't belong. It felt as though it had reached out from the shadows, a presence that had brushed against me, leaving behind an icy trace that the warmth of the sun couldn't shake off. I paused again, this time standing still in the middle of the path. I closed my eyes for a moment, listening to the garden. There was nothing but the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of birds. I took a slow breath, hoping the cool air would clear the strange sensation that had wrapped itself around my thoughts. But when I opened my eyes, the chill was still there, hanging in the air, a constant reminder that something was not right. I shook my head, telling myself it was just the morning coolness, that it was simply my imagination playing tricks on me. But then, as I took a step forward, the sensation returned stronger this time. It was as if a hand had reached out from behind me, brushing against my arm with cold fingers. The touch was so real, so vivid, that I could almost feel the pressure of it, like someone had just grazed their fingers over my skin. I spun around quickly, but once again, the garden was empty. There was no one there, not a single soul in sight. The sun was climbing higher in the sky, bathing everything in its warmth, yet the coldness didn't fade. It lingered, creeping into my bones, chilling me in a way that the sunlight couldn't touch. I walked faster now, my pace quickening as I moved further down the path. The garden, which had always been my sanctuary, suddenly felt oppressive, as if the trees themselves were closing in around me, their shadows stretching out like hands trying to grasp at my every movement. I kept telling myself it was nothing, just the change in the air, the way the morning fog still clung to the earth. But no matter how I tried to explain it away, that cold hand remained with me, hovering just beneath the surface of my awareness. As I neared the edge of the garden, where the path curved around to the old stone bench that overlooked the pond, I heard something. A soft sound, like the rustle of fabric, followed by a faint sigh. It came from the shadows near the overgrown, ivy-covered statue that had always stood quietly at the corner of the garden. My heart skipped a beat. I stopped, the chill still radiating through my skin, and turned toward the statue. For a long moment, I couldn't see anything, just the tangle of vines and the thick green leaves. But then, something caught my eye. A figure, a shadow. It was standing just beyond the statue, barely visible in the dim light, but unmistakable in its presence. I tried to call out, to reassure myself that it was just my mind playing tricks, but my voice caught in my throat. I was rooted to the spot, my breath shallow, as the figure moved slowly, silently, towards the garden's edge. I sat on the edge of the pond, letting my feet dangle just above the water. The cool air carried the scent of night-blooming jasmine, sweet and heavy in the air. It should have been a moment of pure tranquility. But there was something else, something I couldn't shake. As I sat there, alone in the quiet garden, I felt the weight of the moon's gaze on me, and for the first time, I wondered if the moon had been watching me all along. The birds had started singing again, the rustle of the wind returned to its normal rhythm. and the garden, for a brief moment, felt peaceful once more. But even as I walked away, the sensation of that cold touch remained, lingering just beneath the surface of my thoughts. It wasn't the chill of the morning air, nor the dampness of the dew on the grass. No, this was something else, something more personal, something that had left an imprint on me, one I couldn't shake. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about the garden. I knew I would return the next day. Course I would. The garden had always been my sanctuary, my safe space. But I couldn't deny the feeling that had followed me all day, the sense that something, or someone, was still out there in the shadows of the garden, waiting. I didn't know what it meant, what it was trying to tell me. But deep down, I knew I would have to face it. The garden, with all its beauty and mystery, was no longer just a place of peace. It had become a place where the air was thick with things unseen, and where the touch of a cold hand might always linger, just a breath away. And in that quiet moment, I realized that some things in life, like the garden and the whispers of the past, are never truly gone. They remain hidden in the shadows, waiting for someone to notice them. And once you do, you can never quite forget the touch of the cold hand that reaches out from the past to brush against your skin. The day had slowly melted away, leaving behind a lingering warmth in the garden. But I could already feel the shift in the air. It always happens at this time, when the sun finally dips beneath the horizon, and the world feels like it's holding its breath. The garden, normally so full of life during the day, now seemed quiet and still, as if waiting for something. I had spent the whole day in the garden, wandering between the flowers, lost in the peacefulness that only nature can bring. Yet, as the sun began to set, I could sense a subtle change, something different in the atmosphere. As dusk settled, the first faint glimmers of moonlight crept across the garden, soft and pale, almost as if the night itself was reaching down to caress the earth. I glanced up, and there it was, silent, beautiful, and untouchable. The moon, slowly rising, seemed to cast an ethereal glow over the entire garden, bathing the flowers, the trees, the stone paths in its light. There was something hauntingly peaceful about it, like the garden had transformed before my very eyes. I walked toward the small pond in the center of the garden, drawn by the moon's pull. The water, once a perfect mirror during the day, now rippled with the soft reflection of the moon. The gentle movement of the water seemed to carry the energy of the night itself, making everything feel alive, as if the garden had awoken in the silence of the dark. The flowers, which had closed for the night, seemed to pulse faintly, as though they too were responding to the moon's presence. A quiet whisper of wind moved through the trees, their branches swaying with an almost unearthly grace. The shadows stretched longer now, the edges of the leaves and flowers blending together in the soft moonlight. It was beautiful, yes, but it was also strangely unsettling. There was something about the way the light shimmered that made the garden feel like a world of its own, separated from everything else. A place where time itself didn't seem to matter, where the boundaries between the real and the unreal blurred. I sat on the edge of the pond, letting my feet dangle just above the water. The cool air carried the scent of night-blooming jasmine, sweet and heavy in the air. It should have been a moment of pure tranquility, but there was something else, something I couldn't shake. As I sat there, alone in the quiet garden, I felt the weight of the moon's gaze on me, and for the first time, I wondered if the moon had been watching me all along. It would linger in the rustling of the leaves, in the soft scent of flowers on the wind, in the quiet hum of life that surrounded me. The garden would continue to grow, as it always had, and I would carry its peace with me wherever I went. As I walked away, I felt the weight of the world lift from my shoulders. The garden had been my home, my sanctuary, and now it would remain a part of me forever. And though I was leaving it behind, I knew that it would always be waiting for me, just as it had always been. The garden and I, our spirits intertwined, never truly apart, even in the distance. It was early in the morning when I first heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible hum carried on the gentle breeze that swept through the garden. At first, I thought it was just the wind brushing against the leaves, making them rustle in their quiet dance. But then, I paused. The sound was different. It wasn't the usual whisper of the wind. It was something more melodic, almost like a lullaby, a gentle humming that seemed to speak directly to the heart. I stood there for a moment, caught between curiosity and calm, trying to place the source of the sound. The birds had not yet begun their morning songs, and the garden, though alive with the soft stirrings of the world waking up, was mostly still. It would linger in the rustling of the leaves, in the soft scent of flowers on the wind, in the quiet hum of life that surrounded me. The garden would continue to grow, as it always had, and I would carry its peace with me wherever I went. As I walked away, I felt the weight of the world lift from my shoulders. The garden had been my home, my sanctuary, and now it would remain a part of me forever. And though I was leaving it behind, I knew that it would always be waiting for me, just as it had always been. It seemed to wrap around me like a warm blanket, comforting me in a way I had never known. It wasn't an eerie sound, nor was it unsettling. It was peaceful, almost like a promise, a soft reassurance that everything would be okay. And as the breeze continued to carry it, I felt my heart begin to ease. The weight of the world I had been carrying for so long lifting from my shoulders. I followed the sound, my feet moving almost automatically through the garden's winding paths, drawn by the soothing melody that seemed to be calling me. The morning sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a golden glow over the ground, and everything around me felt alive, vibrant, yet tranquil. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying lightly, and the flowers seemed to hold their breath as the sound floated closer. It wasn't a loud sound, not a piercing noise, but something soft and inviting. It was the kind of hum that felt like it was meant just for you. It felt as though the garden itself was alive with an energy I had never felt before. The breeze that swept through the leaves carried the sound like a melody in the wind, and it made everything around me feel ... magical. I stopped in front of a large blooming rosebush, its petals just beginning to open with the dawn. The smell of fresh roses filled the air, mingling with the faint scent of lavender and jasmine. It was here, in this moment, that I realized the humming wasn't just a sound. It was a feeling, a vibration in the air that resonated with something deep inside me. It was as if the garden was breathing with me, its heart in tune with mine. I stood there for what felt like hours, listening to the gentle hum that seemed to echo through the very soil beneath me. I could feel the earth, warm and alive, as though it were whispering to me, telling me secrets I was not yet ready to hear. The sun, just beginning to rise, painted the sky in soft hues of pink and orange, and the shadows of the trees stretched long across the garden floor. In this moment, there was nothing but the humming and the soft rustling of the leaves. Everything was still, yet full of life. The humming continued, wrapping around me like a gentle embrace. It was as if the garden itself was speaking to me, telling me that all was as it should be, that I was not alone, that I was part of something much larger, something timeless. There was no need for words, no need for explanation. The sound was enough. It spoke to my soul in a way that nothing else could, offering a kind of peace I had not known I needed. But as the minutes passed, the humming began to fade. It didn't disappear all at once, but gradually, like the last note of a song drifting into silence. I followed the sound, my feet moving almost automatically through the garden's winding paths, drawn by the soothing melody that seemed to be calling me. The morning sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a golden glow over the ground, and everything around me felt alive, vibrant, yet tranquil. I stood there for a while longer, my heart still full of the peacefulness the sound had brought me. There was no sense of fear, no unease, only a quiet longing to hold on to that moment for just a little longer. It was as though the garden had given me a gift, a brief moment of serenity that I would carry with me forever. The humming never returned, but it didn't matter. The memory of it lingered in the air, in the earth, and in my heart. The garden had shared its secret with me, a soft promise that, no matter what happened in the world beyond its gates, there was always a place where peace could be found. A place where the hum of the earth, the song of the wind, and the beauty of the flowers could bring comfort to a weary soul. And as I walked slowly back toward the garden gate, the world outside waiting for me, I couldn't help but smile. The humming had gone, but it had left me with something even more precious. Quiet assurance that no matter how far I wandered, I could always return to this garden, to this moment, and find peace once again. I took one last look at the garden, the sunlight spilling over the flowers, the soft hum still lingering in the back of my mind. The garden had whispered its secret to me, and I would carry it with me, a reminder that no matter how far I went, I was never truly alone. The garden had always been a place of peace for me, a refuge from the noise and chaos of the outside world. It was a place where the air felt different, where time seemed to slow down, and where the soft whisper of the wind through the trees was enough to soothe even the most restless soul. Over the years, I had spent countless mornings there, walking along its winding paths, watching as the flowers bloomed, and feeling the earth beneath my feet. But there was one moment that would always stay with me, a moment that still feels as vivid and real as if it happened only yesterday. It happened on a quiet night under the soft, pale glow of the moon. I had been tending to the garden, just as I always did, when I noticed something strange. In the center of the garden, where the old oak tree stood, there was a flower. It wasn't one of the usual blooms, like the roses or the daisies, but something different, something that had never been there before. Its petals were tightly closed, almost as if it was still asleep, but there was something about it that drew me in. I couldn't explain it at the time, but I knew that this flower was special. I had to know what it was, so I knelt down beside it, careful not to disturb the earth around its roots. The moonlight bathed the garden in a soft, silver light, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch across the grass. Everything was still, the only sound the gentle rustling of the leaves in the trees. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cool surface of the petals. And then, as if on cue, the flower began to open. It was slow at first, just a subtle unfurling of the petals, but soon it began to blossom more quickly, as if it had been waiting for this moment. The color of the petals was unlike anything I had ever seen, vibrant, almost glowing in the moonlight. It was as though the flower itself was alive with energy, its petals radiating an otherworldly light that seemed to pulse with a rhythm all its own. It was beautiful, in a way that was almost otherworldly, as if it had been brought into existence by something beyond our understanding. As the flower bloomed fully, I stood there, transfixed by its beauty. The garden seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with a sense of reverence. There was something sacred about this moment, something that felt both timeless and fleeting. I watched as the last of the petals opened, revealing a heart at the center of the flower that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light. It was as though the flower was a part of the garden itself, a manifestation of its deepest essence. I couldn't help but feel a strange connection to the flower, as though it was reaching out to me, calling me to witness its final bloom. And in that moment, I realized that this was more than just a flower. It was a symbol of something greater, something that transcended time and space. It was the final bloom, the last of its kind, and it seemed to carry within it the memories of all the other flowers that had bloomed in the garden before it. Each petal, each delicate curve, seemed to tell a story of love, loss, and everything in between. I stood there for what felt like hours, watching the flower in awe. The garden had fallen silent, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. The moonlight cast a soft glow over everything, and for the first time in my life, I felt truly at peace. It was as though the flower had opened not just in the garden, but within me, stirring something deep inside my soul. I felt a sense of completion, as if I had witnessed something that was meant to be, something that had been waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. But as quickly as it had bloomed, the flower began to fade. Its petals, once so vibrant, began to lose their color, the glow fading as the moon shifted in the sky. It was as though the flower had only been meant to bloom for a short time, just long enough to show me its beauty and its message. And then, just as quietly as it had appeared, it began to close, its petals folding back in on themselves, as if it were retreating into the earth once more. I stood there, watching, my heart heavy with the knowledge that this was the end of something beautiful. The flower had bloomed, but now it was gone. But in that moment, I understood. The garden, though still empty in the physical sense, was filled with something beyond mere nature. It felt as though the air itself had shifted, charged with the love and comfort of an old friend who had returned after a long absence. I could almost hear their soft breath, the familiar rustle of clothing as they shifted slightly, as if just beside me, not in body but in spirit. I closed my eyes and tilted my head back, letting the moment wash over me. The breeze picked up just a little, carrying with it the soft scent of jasmine, a flower that always reminded me of someone dear. I couldn't help but smile at the thought. The flowers would bloom again, the trees would sway in the wind, and the world would continue to turn. But for now, in this moment, I had witnessed something rare, something that reminded me of the simple beauty of life itself. The flower's final bloom would stay with me, a reminder of the garden's quiet magic and the peace it had given me. It was a fleeting moment, but one that would linger in my heart forever. And as I walked away, the soft rustling of the leaves seemed to whisper a farewell, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings, even in the face of endings. The garden had given me its final gift, and I would carry it with me always like a soft, comforting lullaby, a promise that everything, no matter how fleeting, had a place in the world. And as the moon began to set, I knew that this was not an end, but simply another chapter in the garden's eternal story. There are moments in life, rare and fleeting, when the world feels just right. The air is calm, the sky painted in soft hues of dawn, and the stillness of the garden wraps around you like a familiar embrace. On one particular morning, just as the first light of day began to stretch across the horizon, I found myself wandering through the garden, my feet brushing lightly against the dew-soaked grass. I had been coming to this garden for as long as I could remember. It had always been my sanctuary, a place of peace where I could escape from the world's noise. The flowers, the trees, the air itself seemed to carry a certain magic, a quiet presence that whispered to my soul, It was a place where I could lose myself in the simple beauty of nature, and yet, on that morning, something felt different. At first, I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It was as though the garden had shifted, just slightly. The familiar scent of the roses was sharper, the rustling of the leaves more pronounced. The birds, who normally sang in chorus, had quieted, their soft calls replaced by a silence that hung in the air. I continued walking, feeling a strange tug in my chest, as if something was calling me to the heart of the garden. As I reached the center, near the old oak tree where the sunlight began to filter through the branches, I felt it an unmistakable presence. It was subtle at first, a warmth that settled around me like a soft blanket. It wasn't the warmth of the sun, which had yet to fully rise, but something else entirely. Something ... familiar. My heart fluttered, and I paused, unsure whether to look around, but I knew I wasn't alone. It wasn't a feeling of fear, not at all. Quite the opposite. It was as if someone was near, someone I had known deeply and loved, but hadn't seen in what felt like a lifetime. I took a slow breath, the scent of earth and flowers filling my lungs, and let myself sink into the feeling. My eyes scanned the empty garden, yet there was a quiet certainty that I was being watched, not by a stranger, but by someone who belonged here, someone whose presence was gentle and calming. I stood still for a moment, my feet rooted to the soft grass. The warmth around me intensified, a gentle energy that felt almost tangible. The garden, though still empty in the physical sense, was filled with something beyond mere nature. It felt as though the air itself had shifted, charged with the love and comfort of an old friend who had returned after a long absence. I could almost hear their soft breath, the familiar rustle of clothing as they shifted slightly, as if just beside me, not in body but in spirit. I closed my eyes and tilted my head back, letting the moment wash over me. The breeze picked up just a little, carrying with it the soft scent of jasmine, a flower that always reminded me of someone dear. I couldn't help but smile at the thought. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, I found myself standing by the old oak tree, the one that had stood in the center of the garden for longer than I could remember. Its branches stretched up to the sky like ancient arms, and its trunk was thick with the wisdom of time. It had always been a place of solace for me, a place to reflect, to breathe, and to find peace. But today, even the oak seemed different. Its shadow stretching long across the ground, as if it were waiting for something. And then, the light flickered dot. At first, it was almost imperceptible, a small shift, a brief dimming, like a candle fighting against the wind. But then it happened again. The garden, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, seemed to flicker, as though the light itself was hesitating, unsure of whether it should stay or go. It wasn't the usual gentle fading of dusk, but something more urgent, more final. I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest, as I watched the garden hold its breath. The air felt thick, almost heavy, as if the earth itself was waiting for something. The flickering light cast long shadows over the flowers and trees, and I could see the leaves trembling slightly, though there was no breeze to stir them. It was as though the garden knew, in some quiet, unseen way, that its time was drawing to a close. I took a step forward, my feet moving as though on their own, drawn by an invisible force that seemed to pull me deeper into the heart of the garden. The flickering lights seemed to guide me, casting strange, shifting shadows on the path before me. With each step I took, the garden seemed to grow quieter, as if the world itself were fading into stillness. I could feel it now, the weight of something ancient, something that had been waiting for this moment. There was a pull in the air, a sense of finality, as though the garden was preparing for its last breath. And just as I reached the center of the garden, where the flowers bloomed in a riot of color, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and life, the light flickered one final time. It wasn't like any sunset I had ever seen. The sun, which had been sinking slowly toward the horizon, now seemed to hesitate, caught between day and night. The garden, bathed in its glow, flickered as though the sun itself were struggling to find its way. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, it stopped. The garden was suddenly utterly still. There was no movement in the leaves, no rustle in the air, no sound of birds or insects. It felt as though the entire world had paused, holding its breath in that one perfect, fleeting moment. And then, as if the garden were releasing a sigh, the final light faded, sinking below the horizon. The last rays of the sun disappeared, leaving behind a silence that seemed to echo through the trees. The flickering light had gone, leaving behind only the deep, peaceful darkness of night. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my heart racing, my breath slow and measured. The garden, once so full of life, now felt different, quieter, more solemn. The air was cooler, the shadows longer, but there was a stillness in the air that was both comforting and unnerving. It was as though the garden had finished its work, had done everything it was meant to do, and now it was resting. But as I stood there, alone in the garden, I couldn't help but feel that it wasn't just the light that had faded. It was as though something in the very soul of the garden had gone with it, something intangible and yet deeply felt. The peace that had always filled this place was still here, but it was different, no more distant, more elusive. I took a deep breath, the cool evening air filling my lungs. The flickering light, the strange stillness, the sense of something being left behind, it all lingered in the air, heavy and unspoken. I knew, in that moment, that I was standing at the edge of something, not just the end of the day, but the end of something deeper, something I could not quite understand. The garden was still beautiful, still bathed in the soft glow of the moon, but it had changed, and in that change, I realized that the garden, much like life itself, was not meant to be held forever. It had a time, a season, and then it would fade, its light flickering out in its own time. I turned to leave, my footsteps quiet on the soft earth. The garden, still and peaceful, remained behind me, its secrets held in the cool darkness of the night. But as I walked away, I knew that the garden's light, though it had faded, would stay with me, always. Its flicker was not an end, but a beginning, a quiet reminder that even in the stillness, even in the fading light, there is peace. And with that thought, I stepped away from the garden, leaving its whispers behind, knowing that I would carry its peace with me wherever I went. As I walked quietly through the garden, the weight of the moment pressed heavily on my heart. The air had grown cooler as dusk settled in, the soft hum of the evening blending with the rustle of leaves. The garden, with its familiar paths and blooms, now felt like a memory in the making, its beauty slowly slipping away with the waning light. I had spent countless hours in this place, lost in its tranquility, finding comfort in its stillness. But today, something was different. The garden seemed to be holding its breath, as if it too understood that the time was drawing near for both of us. The sun was sinking beneath the horizon, casting its last golden rays over the earth. And as I walked, I found myself drawn to the small pond near the edge of the garden, a place I often visited for its peaceful solitude. The pond was still, its surface a perfect mirror of the world above. The trees, the sky, the fading sun, they all reflected on its surface, creating a picture of calm and serenity. But there was something about this moment, something deeper in the air, a quiet whisper of change. I knelt beside the water, the soft grass beneath my knees, and gazed into the pond, waiting for the stillness to wash over me, as it always did. And then, as the final light of the day flickered and faded, the pond began to show me something unexpected. At first, I thought it was just the light playing tricks on my eyes. A ripple in the water, perhaps, or the fading glow of the sky distorting the reflection. But no, as I focused on the surface, I saw it clearly. The reflection staring back at me was mine, but it was different. There was a softness to my face, a calmness in my expression that I hadn't seen before. My lips curled into a gentle smile, one that seemed to hold a quiet understanding, as though I was saying goodbye to the garden without words. It was a fleeting moment. The pond's stillness returned almost immediately, as if the reflection had never been there at all. But for that brief instant, I saw it myself, not burdened by the weight of the day, but peaceful, serene, and at peace with the garden's farewell. I sat there for a while, gazing into the pond, allowing the image of my own reflection to sink in. There was something comforting about seeing myself there, smiling softly in the water, as if it were the garden's way of telling me that it was okay to leave, that it was time to let go. The stillness in the pond mirrored the stillness within me, a calm acceptance of the inevitable. I had come to this garden countless times, always seeking solace, always finding peace in its embrace. But now, in the quiet, fading light, the garden seemed to be offering me something more, a moment of closure, a final reflection of who I was and what I had experienced here. The night was beginning to settle in, the stars slowly becoming visible in the sky above. The pond, once again perfectly still, reflected the vastness of the night sky, its surface glowing with the soft light of the stars. I closed my eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath, feeling the cool evening air fill my lungs. There was a stillness to it, now an undeniable peace that seemed to fill the garden, the pond, and even me. I stood slowly, taking one last look at the reflection in the water, the soft smile still lingering in my mind. The garden had given me so much: the beauty of its blooms, the peacefulness of its paths, and the comfort of its presence. And now it was time to say goodbye, not with sadness, but with a quiet acceptance, knowing that the garden would always be with me in my heart, even as I moved on. As I walked away from the pond, the air around me seemed to grow even quieter. The garden had given me its final gift, its stillness, its peace, and its gentle goodbye. The path before me seemed clearer now, as though the garden's spirit had passed into me, guiding me forward. With each step, I could feel the weight of the moment lifting, replaced by a sense of calm that filled me from within. The garden was no longer just a place I visited. It had become a part of me, woven into the fabric of my being. I could carry its peace with me wherever I went, and as I walked away, I knew that the garden, with all its beauty, its stillness, and its final reflection, would remain in my heart forever. The evening had slipped quietly into night, and the cool breeze carried the faint scent of jasmine through the garden. The air was still, with only the soft rustle of leaves in the trees breaking the silence. As I made my way down the familiar path toward the gate, I could feel the weight of the day easing from my shoulders. The garden had always been my refuge, a sanctuary where time seemed to stand still. And yet, tonight, I knew it was different. The garden, in all its quiet beauty, was preparing to say its own goodbye. I reached the gate, a simple wooden structure that had always felt like a threshold between the world outside and the peace within. For years, it had creaked open for me at the start of each visit, welcoming me into its embrace, But tonight, as my fingers wrapped around the cool metal of the latch, there was a finality in the air, a quiet sense of something ending. I could hear the faint groan of the gate as it gently closed, as though it, too, understood the importance of this moment. It wasn't a loud sound, but it echoed in the stillness of the garden, reverberating through the trees and across the flower beds. There was something soft about it, as though the gate itself was reluctant to let go, but knew it must. My heart swelled as I stood there, watching the last few inches between the gate and the fence close slowly, deliberately. It was a simple thing, the closing of a gate, but in that moment, it felt as if the world had paused. A peaceful stillness hung in the air, the kind that only comes when you know something significant has passed, yet something new is on the horizon. My breath caught for a moment, and I closed my eyes. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. The garden had been a part of me for so long, offering me solace, peace, and the quiet company of nature. But there was also something else's sense of hope, as though the garden would always be there, waiting for me to return. As I stood by the closed gate, I realized that this wasn't truly goodbye. It was simply a pause, a rest. The gate would open again, just as it always had. And when it did, I would return, perhaps a little wiser, perhaps a little more at peace. The garden was more than a place. It was a feeling, a memory that would linger long after the gate was shut. The gentle creak of the gate continued to echo in my mind, mingling with the soft sounds of the garden itself. The wind had picked up slightly, sending the leaves in the trees swaying gently like a soft lullaby. And as the last light of the sun faded beyond the horizon, I realized that the garden had never truly been about the flowers or the trees or the winding paths. It was about the moments of stillness, the quiet reflections, and the feeling of connection to something greater than myself. With the gate now fully closed, I turned and walked away, my steps slow, as though reluctant to leave. The cool night air kissed my face, and the world beyond the garden seemed far away, distant, like a dream fading with the dawn. Yet, in my heart, I carried the peace of the garden with me, knowing that it was always there, waiting. Always waiting for the day when I would return. As I walked further from the gate, I allowed myself to look back one last time. The silhouette of the garden, bathed in the soft light of the moon, seemed to shimmer in the night. There was no need for words, no need to say goodbye. The garden was always here in the quiet moments, in the stillness of the night. It would remain in my heart, just as it had always been, a place of peace, a refuge, a reminder of the beauty that exists in the simplest of moments. And so I left, knowing that the garden would remain as it always had been, serene, patient, and ready to welcome me again when the time was right. The gate had closed, but in my heart the garden would never truly be gone. It would always be there, just a breath away, waiting for me to return. As I stood by the garden gate, the air around me seemed to breathe with a life of its own. The soft rustling of the leaves in the trees whispering quiet words of reassurance. The cool evening air wrapped itself around me, and for a moment I felt the weight of the day, the weight of everything I had been carrying, slip away. The garden had always been there for me, a place where the world seemed to pause, offering peace, solace, and a sense of belonging that I couldn't find anywhere else. And now, as I prepared to leave, I realized that the garden had become something more, a reflection of everything I needed in my life, everything I had ever longed for. I had visited this garden countless times before, its winding paths, the soft glow of the moonlight on the flowers. The gentle hum of the wind, all of it was familiar to me, as if I had become a part of its essence. But tonight, there was something different, something quiet and final in the air. It wasn't the sadness of goodbye, but rather a peaceful understanding that everything, in its own time, must come to an end. The gate had closed, and with it, the last trace of the sun's warmth seemed to slip away, leaving only the cool embrace of the night. I stood there for a moment, taking in the serene beauty of the garden one last time. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a gentle light over everything. It was as if the garden was glowing from within, the flowers now bathed in an ethereal light that made them appear even more delicate, more alive than before. And then I heard it, the softest of sounds, almost imperceptible at first, but unmistakable as it reached my ears. It was the faintest hum, a melody carried on the breeze, like a lullaby sung to the earth itself. The sound wrapped around me, drawing me closer to the heart of the garden. It was a song that spoke of peace, of closure, of the calm that comes after a storm. It was the garden's way of saying that everything would be all right, that the cycles of life, of growth, of change, and of rest were all part of something much bigger, something beyond the grasp of time. As the last note of the humming faded, I felt a warmth in my chest, a gentle feeling of comfort that filled the space where worry had once been. I took one last look at the garden, my eyes lingering on the flowers that had bloomed and faded with each passing season. They had always been there, growing in the quiet corners, flourishing in the shadows, and now they stood as a testament to resilience, to the beauty that can emerge from even the most uncertain of times. I knew, deep down, that the garden would continue to thrive, just as it always had. It was a place of healing, a place of renewal, and it would carry on. Its roots deeply planted in the earth, waiting for those who needed it, just as it had been waiting for me. The leaves would continue to rustle in the wind. The flowers would bloom and fade with the seasons, and the quiet hum of life would never truly cease. With a deep breath, I turned away from the gate. The journey ahead was uncertain, but in my heart, I carried with me the peace of the garden. The weight of the world seemed lighter, as if the burden I had been carrying had been lifted in the stillness of the night. I knew that the garden would always be there, a place to return to when the world became too much, a place to find stillness and rest. As I walked away from the garden, I felt the softest of whispers in the wind, a final goodbye. But it wasn't a sad farewell. It was a promise, a gentle reminder that the garden, in all its beauty, would always be waiting for me. And as I walked further into the night, I carried the warmth of that promise with me, knowing that no matter where I went, the garden would always be there, a quiet sanctuary, a place of peace. The garden would continue to thrive, just as it always had, a sanctuary of tranquility, healing, and quiet reflection. And with that thought, I felt a sense of deep calm settle over me. The emotional weight of the day, of the decisions that had been made, of the goodbyes that had been said, was lifted, leaving behind only warmth and serenity. And so I walked into the night, knowing that the garden would continue to flourish quietly and steadily until the day I returned again. The peace I felt in that moment, the quiet understanding that everything was as it should be, stayed with me, wrapping around me like a soft, comforting blanket. And as I left the garden behind, I knew that I would carry its essence within me, a part of me, forever.